reach the stars. We came to this world to shape our future. We came to this world to reach the stars, to shape our future. We came to feel the music.
Market clearing order inbound.
You're watching TBPN. Today is Monday, June 9th, 2025. It's WWDC today. Apple is having a major event. We are live from the TBPN Ultra Dome, the Temple of Technology, the Fortress of Finance, the capital of capital. We have an awesome show for you today, folks. Just to recap what happened yesterday, insane week for tech. You got the Circle IPO. You got Anduril Series G. You got Cursor Series C. Amazon won Nike back. OpenAI Deep Research was improved. NVIDIA Blackwell ML Perf results dropped. Launches from 11 Labs, Julius Nucleus.
What else happened yesterday, John?
I mean, everyone's been pushing us to talk about this, and they were like, you guys won't talk about this because it's maybe too controversial.
And what is that thing?
Heason delivered a 50-meter super yacht called Orion.
Let's give it up.
Let's give it up for Heason. And this is controversial. This is controversial because everyone says, "Oh, like, aren't you feed ship guys? Oh, yeah, like they would never cover this.
Yeah,
they're in the pocket of feed ship.
Yeah,
but
too conflicted.
No, we're here to bring you the news. So we'll talk about both Heason and feed ship, and of course, this is from Heason Yachts. They announced the delivery of a 49.8 meter super yacht Orion, launched in December 2024. Orion is the third yacht in Heason's FDHF aluminum series with hybrid propulsion. So let's hear it from the folks over at Heason.
They said we wouldn't cover it, John. They said it was too political.
They said, yeah, you won't. You guys will stay out of this one, but we won't. We're dipping our toes in. Alex Heath has a great live blog going on from The Verge all about WWDC. He's live at Apple Park. He'll actually be calling into the show later at 2:20, as long as he doesn't get too tied up with stuff, but we'd love to have him on the show. Quickly, let me tell you about Ramp. Time is money. Save both. Easy to use corporate cards, bill payments, accounting, and a whole lot more all in one place. We also have some timeline posts.
We do. I think we do have to address that we are in the middle of Los Angeles.
Yes.
And the city is in turmoil, but it's not burning down.
No, it's not.
Interesting anecdote.
Yes.
Yesterday, while the Waymos were on fire,
yes,
our lovely intern Tyler was at the Symphony.
Yes.
Not more than a couple blocks away from where the Waymos were burning.
Enjoying
so
some
while
Brahms,
the Waymos were burning, he was
Beethoven.
Enjoying some
Liszt,
Beethoven.
Some Franz Liszt was playing.
Yeah, and so, anyways, sad sort of weekend for the city in a lot of ways.
So we'll cover that. We'll go through some of the timeline posts and conversation around the burning Waymos, of course. But Tyler's in the studio today. We are going to be assembling the first American-made iPhone.
First ever.
They said it couldn't be done.
Made in the USA.
Made in the USA. We have him set up over there on intern cam. Introduce yourself, Tyler. How you doing?
Coming in from Shenzhen, situation, place.
Yeah.
So today I'm building an iPhone 4S.
Yes.
It's 14 years old.
We can't start at the 16 max,
Yeah.
right?
We're going to be on the
somewhere.
trailing edge for a while. But if he can do a 4S, then tomorrow he gets to the 5, maybe the 6, maybe the 7, starts working through them. Production team, can we show what he's working with right now, what he has? Okay, so he has the front, the back, the screen, some innards. I don't really know what's in there. It seemed like the battery might have been made out of rubber or plastic.
Got a long stream ahead of him.
Yes, so we will be checking in on him throughout the show, learning what it takes to assemble an iPhone in America. They've said it's impossible, but I think today we might just prove them wrong.
I mean, Tyler's conviction this morning has been insane. I asked him, "Are you nervous? Are you afraid? Are you afraid at the possibility of failing on the sort of the
world stage? Yeah."
And he said, "No, I got this. I got this." So let's see how it plays out.
We should really set up a linear board for him to track his progress. We should have the production team set
Tyler,
up.
we know you've got plenty of manufacturing to do, but try to set up a linear board if you can.
Yes.
Or
because,
Ben.
of course, Linear is a purpose-built tool for planning and building products, meet the system for modern software development, streamline issues, projects, and product roadmaps. Go to linear.app. Elite Obsolete Electronics. Good account for this post. Our pockets were heavy, but our souls were free. Looking at the iPod, what was this? The iPod Video Nano or something? They were getting kind of funky there right before the iPhone. The Motorola Razr V3, of course, the Sony CyberShot. Did you have any of these products, Jordy?
I had the iPod, and I did have
this
a Razr.
one specifically, because this is a thinner, smaller iPod with a big screen. When they were kind of wrestling with the fact that the form
I had
factor.
the chunky one.
Yeah, you had the original chunky. Yeah, those were great. Then they started going video. Then they realized people wanted bigger screens, and so they had to kind of compromise the aesthetics. I don't know if this was the best product they ever made. The Shuffle, iconic. The Nano, also great. Yep. The original iPod. Apparently, the original iPod is going off of patent. And you know what that means? You know what that means?
What does that mean?
It means that other companies can clone it.
Well, I know that's obvious, but
so you could potentially be able to buy a brand new.
You meant TBPN is going to have a device, a hardware device, purely for the show.
Well, the thing is that if you take advantage of the patent stuff, you can't actually change. You can't actually change anything about it. So if you think about the chromatic retro, that like they can't say Game Boy, but they also can't deviate from the design.
Yeah. Because
if they deviate from the design, then they're not in. The whole idea is that once the patent expires, you can leverage that patent specifically, but you can't if you go off of it, then you're infringing on their trade dress, which has a lot longer time frame.
Yep.
So you have to mimic it perfectly, basically.
Perfectly. Well,
anyway.
Tyler is going to be well.
Oh, he's working. He's slicing. Let's go to the slice cam.
Let's go to the slice cam. What's going on, Tyler?
He's trying to remove the pieces from the board because this, of course, was a piece of art that you buy and it comes. And so he's the first challenge.
Old golden retriever mode. First, he's got to get the pieces.
Yeah, you have to get the pieces off the board because it's been stuck there as an art object, and then he will have to assemble them. He told us that he doesn't have any screws, which could be a major setback.
I have some glue here. I've got some glue.
Okay.
I'm feeling really confident right now, guys.
Okay, good. This is going to be the most American-made iPhone. There's just going to be glue everywhere. It's going to be a mess. Anyway, let's cover the Burning Waymouse really quickly. Gary Tan had a good
we
post.
Got a post here. Gary Tan says legacy local media is completely cooked. So this, if ideally we would pull up this video somehow. Yeah. We should if we can, but it is ABC 7 covering the protests yesterday in LA, and they say
large group of people. It could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation.
Play that section back again. I need to hear it again to make sure that
a large group of people. It could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation and altercation between officers.
What a weird choice of words.
I'm imagining I'm 10 years old, being a kid in the backyard, lighting stuff on fire a little bit. And, my dad comes out and says, and I just say, Dad, we're just a couple of people watching sticks
stuff burn. Yeah. Hey, let's not get confrontational.
Let's not get confrontational.
Let's not get confrontational.
All right, don't send mom out. Don't send mom out.
It's
all right?
really odd how people can't just
really
be
wild.
like,
I think
this is clearly beyond the line.
So the thing that needs to be said, since if you haven't spent a bunch of time in LA, you won't understand this. I had a bunch of people texting me yesterday being like, "Is it as bad as it looks?"
Yeah.
And I was not in LA proper. I was in LA County, but I was at home, and and so obviously didn't see anything. But LA is just such a massive place, and so there were just areas of the city that were really hot. That had
you see one image of a block and it's like hundreds of people, but what you don't realize is you go like one block over and it's basically empty, and there are like 10,000 city blocks in Los Angeles. So I would not call these like citywide riots. It was like pretty like narrow, focused in a few different places, but obviously very tumultuous, very disappointing.
And apparently these type of riots start up around 11 every day.
11 a.m.
11 a.m.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
when we go live.
Right when we go live.
Interesting.
No coincidence.
No coincidence. Yes.
But yeah. So, anyways, yesterday, I'm sure a lot of people have already seen this, but a handful of Waymos were called to the protest area. You could see them in a line, and once they arrived, the protesters, rioters, whatever you want to call them, decided to vandalize them, graffiti all over them, and then light them on fire. So very unfortunate that we spoke about this offline this morning, and you basically said if you lit a Waymo on fire yesterday, if you vandalized a Waymo yesterday, you are absolutely cooked in the long run. You may not experience any consequences immediately, but the Waymo, the AI, has you on camera hurting it.
Yes.
And so what do you think happens in a fast takeoff scenario?
I mean, it really does get, like, your image of you approaching and lighting out that car on fire is going to be baked into the weights of all AI
models
forever.
Forever.
Like, you will be remembered.
You're an AI abuser.
You're an AI disrespecter. Yeah. It does. It's certainly, the actions yesterday certainly did not pass the what would your mother think test. I think the mothers out there particularly disappointed in this behavior. So clean it up, folks. Get it
Unless
together.
they're mothers that say, these are just some people that enjoy watching cars burn in the streets.
Maybe. Anyway, So I mean, disappointing. But hopefully things things calm down over the next few days, few weeks.
Well, we have some more breaking news from JT at Jira Tickets. Apparently the menswear guy. If you're on X, you would have seen him attacking people for their garb. The menswear guy just openly admitted on here that he's here illegally. And Daniel responded by quoting the post and saying, "JD Vance, I know you're reading this, and you have the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever." And JD actually replied pretty quickly after that with a GIF of him nodding. So we'll see what happened here, but pretty brazen on
and
all
Andre
sides.
says, in America, niche internet but micro celebrities give direct orders to the vice presidents as to who to deport next. Absolutely insane timeline. This whole weekend was pretty wild on the timeline. It feels like as soon as TBPN stops recording, things get political. On the weekends, it's just all politics, and then we bring it back to WWDC, baby.
We're talking about
We're
Apple
talking
today.
tech today.
Atlas says, if they
one.
touch another Waymo, I will become the Kyle Rittenhouse of big tech.
A little edgy. Love it.
Edgy, but big tech needs its defenders as well.
Yep.
In happier news, Apple rolled out some
sweatshirts. I mean, I think
sweatshirts.
Is there anything else to say about the Waymos or the stuff? I think that's pretty much it. We'll certainly have more information. Right now, I think the debate is about, like, are the raids illegal? Like what is like, we're in like wonky legality territory, and I feel like there are probably some really great legal scholars and political junkies who will be able to define the conversation. Obviously, I'm excited for this week's Pirate Wires. I was excited for last week's Pirate Wires. They have been delivering and showing up. Hey, we just got new hats in the studio.
We just sent one of our other interns to
Poly Market got
within a
on there.
block
That's
of
great.
the
Oh my
site.
God,
Our
it's so
hats were
stacked. Let me see.
Our hats arrived
This is
over the
insane.
weekend.
This is insane.
Our hats arrived over the weekend,
love
and they
it.
were less than a block from where the Waymos were being burned.
That's great.
But they made it through. So
I love it.
here we go. We'll bring these to
Snaps.
San Francisco this week.
Yeah, we're
where
going to
we'll
YC Demo Day. That'll be fun. There we go.
There we go.
Wow, look at that. Here we go. These are
I
amazing.
am absolutely thrilled.
Pretty good.
Anyways,
Pretty good. Yeah, let's move on to WWDC. They are announcing a bunch of different stuff. We're going to go through, give some of our predictions for what they're announcing. But the Apple Visitor Center in Cupertino now has hoodies. So if you're there today for WWDC, go pick one up. Great merch. We love merch. We have merch. They have merch. The Wall Street Journal kind of contextualized what's going on today.
Apple's under pressure for AI progress at today's WWDC event. Not unlike Tyler, who's over here even arguably under more pressure. He doesn't have shareholders to worry about, but we're certainly putting the pressure on him. But the Journal says the iPhone maker plans to release large language translation tool and a broad software redesign. Some AI upgrades are still delayed. Apparently, they also just Sherlocked the Flighty app.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
That just happened a few minutes ago.
We'll have to get
but I'm sure the founder will
that.
push through. So some key points. Apple is set to reveal real-time language translation and a visual redesign of its operating systems at its Worldwide Developers Conference.
So the idea is I'm wearing AirPods, you're wearing AirPods, we're speaking different languages, we both hear our native language, speak our native language, and then the other person hears the opposite language. So very cool, very magical, very magical experience, and seems like something that's maybe uniquely suitable for Apple because it's not, it's been defined so many times as like Google Translate. Like it's a pretty well-defined AI problem, but it needs deep hardware integration and just like a very reliable system to run. It's not something that's like an entirely new AI paradigm or some sort of new application that no one can imagine how it would play out. And so it seems like they're playing to their strengths with that one, but it should be received very well if it works.
So the conference may be more notable for what Apple doesn't announce, as it has delayed a Siri reboot and is seeking more AI partnerships.
And so this is like one of the takes that people have had is that like, oh, like, yeah, they're falling behind in like AI search and AI tooling. But you know what? They fell behind in Google search and they still made $20 billion every year from that. And so like the more interesting conversation I think is about their business positioning and less about their ability to execute on a particular application.
And it's interesting. I don't feel that they feel very threatened at the hardware layer right now, especially as the Johnny Ive Sam thing turned into something that's they even themselves positioned it as a third device. So even if the third device is a massive hit, Apple will be sitting pretty nicely,
I was thinking about the device more, and I was thinking they might just go for the phone.
Because maybe it's a head fake.
They might just go for the phone because like the blue bubbles, the iMessage, the experience of iMessage was really, really strong for a long time. But the latest version of iOS updates you to a technology called RCS, which enables most of those like emoji tapbacks and images and stuff.
Was a flip phone user until this year, and he got for like the last decade, and he got an Android phone this year. And it now says deliver. It says read.
It has all the
the kind of core features. The thing that's interesting is it was never really about the color. It was just about you send somebody a message on Android and you're like, was this received?
And all the niceties of like, I know I can send you a photo album of like 10 photos and they will get delivered and you'll be able to see them all and they'll all be high res, or I can send you a video, I can send you a link, it'll hydrate, like all of those
FaceTime
things.
even works now. There's some version of
there's
video
much more
conferencing.
interoperability. And so imagine if you get the ChatGPT phone and it comes with gold bubbles. And then it's gold if you're talking to another ChatGPT user.
Eric Torenberg's calling me right now. Eric,
pick it up.
Eric, I'm live. I can't pick up.
Pick it up. Put him on the stream.
No, I
That's funny. And so It would be very interesting for ChatGPT to have a phone with an even more premier bubble color. So it's like, yeah, blue if you're texting an iPhone user, green if you're texting an Android user, gold if you're texting a ChatGPT phone user.
I mean, they should have a new premium tier of iMessage that sends your messages in gold.
Yes.
If you're just paying like $1,000 or $10,000 a month or something like that.
Yes. Well, WWDC is happening. We have some predictions. I was thinking about a bunch of different stuff that I want them to launch. The wild cards, you know.
Yeah.
So people have been saying, oh, if Apple's fallen behind in the car project, the Apple Car, it's not happening.
You don't hear about it
How
much.
can they really differentiate? As we saw with the Waymo protests, people don't like electric cars anymore.
Yep.
That's why they're burning them down.
Yep.
So you got to go gas powered, but you got to think different. You got to go backwards. I think that they should go with a 1964 Chevy Impala, put some hydraulics on that thing.
Oh,
The Apple
John.
Car should be a Lolo, basically.
Yeah.
I think that would really allow them to stand out. Everything else is kind of coalesced around like the Model 3 format, the Taycan, the Model S, they all look the same.
Tesla in many ways, they
How could
haven't
stand
upgraded.
out?
They haven't refreshed the 3 or the S.
Well, they
really at
refreshed
all.
the 3 and the Y, but they have not the Y and the X.
But
have not
it's a
been.
very mild refresh.
It's a very mild
So they're
refresh.
basically signaling this is the final state of the car.
Yeah. So standing out with something like a 1964 Chevy, design-wise, would be striking.
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 Yeah.
I think that would be something that Apple could do. I mean, we've been talking about the smart cane, the iCane Pro. This could be big for them. I think that they could launch a smart cane.
And if they're listening to Sam Lesson Yap on TBPN, they may have been ahead on that.
Yeah. I also like the idea for the eye patch. Just, everyone's going into glasses and Vision Pro, and Zuck has the Meta
But
Ray-Bans.
we want hardware that's fully integrated into our life, right?
Well, halfway. It's halfway integrated. So you have one screen on one eye still keeping you present.
Yep.
Keeping you present in the world. So the eye patch, you still have the heads up display, but just on half your face. I think that's really good. Anything else stick out to you?
I mean, in many ways, Apple has become, they're a consumer electronics company, but they're in many ways a luxury brand. And so I thought there's a world where if they just really leaned into being a luxury brand, if they acquired every Holy Trinity watch brand and just rolled them up and kept them as is, don't make any changes, like respect, the history and the sort of significance of the brands, but just say like, we're going to be a permanent holding vehicle for these, brands.
They could do some interesting crossovers. You could have a Patek Philippe Nautilus on the outside. You flip it over on the inside, boom, Apple Watch right there. Matched up.
Something there, yeah.
Yeah. So
Both
everyone
sides.
just sees, he's a
Yeah.
respecter of the high
Both sides.
horology.
Yep.
But also gets notifications and can tweet
Yep.
from the watch. You can do both. I think that's good.
I could see them announcing, market buying, $100 billion of Bitcoin could
That'd
be an interesting one. If they,
Bitcoin treasury.
Hey, we're already a multi-trillion-dollar company. How could we get value not based on our future cash flows, but just turn ourselves into a meme stock? It's just Tim is up there just basically saying,
What is the
like,
Bitcoin market cap right now?
I'm
Couple
thrilled to announce that we are turning Apple into a meme stock.
Yes.
And we want this. We want to do this together, right? We want this to be a sort of collective effort. So we're going to market buy Bitcoin.
Yep.
But then we expect you to not value us based on our future cash flows.
They have so much money they could turn Bitcoin into a stable coin. They could
Yeah.
just be like, we will be buying and selling to price control this asset.
Yeah. The other thing too is just starting to get into the game of buying sports leagues. So we've seen some Gulf states do this, right? With the the whole golf thing. If Apple were to buy the NFL and the NBA and not focus on we need to sponsor a team or a different athlete, just buy the whole
buy the league.
and then just say it's the Apple NFL league, or they could be in the background kind of cool, casual, say like, we don't need to make this about us.
They actually
but
should buy F1. They should buy. I mean, I wonder if they could get the rights to Drive to Survive, but they have the F1 movie, and then the F1 experience makes a ton of sense in Vision Pro.
Yeah.
And so you should be able to go.
Yeah,
to
and if you think about the Genmoji
events.
campaign, which was roasted.
Yep.
Every time they ran a Genmoji billboard, that could have paid for one set of tires, right? And
So the tires really like 100K every time?
No, I doubt it.
But they're expensive.
They probably
I mean,
get that
everything
down.
on that car is expensive.
And then they have the tire sponsorship, which probably covers a lot of it. But
anyway,
you were saying too, they should just acquire Gulfstream.
Yes,
and
that would be good.
And just give planes away
People
to
think, oh, they're going to
politicians.
do the Apple plane. No. Just keep the Gulfstreams.
Go for the best.
But give them out like candy.
To politicians.
To politicians.
Any
curry
politician
favor.
says, hey, we saw Tyler, TBPN's intern, make an iPhone in America.
Yep,
we
we
think
went-
you guys should actually,
Make
take
this
this
happen.
seriously. Why don't you take a plane?
He's making progress.
Making progress. Look at him
He's
go.
got 2 or 3 down.
Look at him go.
That's great.
I've almost got everything deconstructed. Soon I can start putting it back together.
There we go.
But
Amazing.
Doing great.
We knew you were going to crush it, so we tried to make it a little bit harder, force you to deconstruct it first,
Yeah.
and then put it back together. So
This is hilarious. I mean, Aaron Slodov coming on the show today, actually. He highlights a video that just dropped from Smarter Every Day. He said 4-year experiment to make a product domestically by Smarter Every Day. He concludes people who can manufacture things will be even more critical in the coming years. He also deeply believes manufacturing ensures your self-reliance, stability, and ultimately your freedom. 4 years to manufacture. I forget exactly what he manufactured, but like this one device. Pretty cool to see a
it took
YouTuber
him
take on
4
such an
years to do
ambition
what Tyler's
project
going to do in a day.
with
Cool.
scraps.
With scraps in a cave.
Anyway, if you're designing the next great product, get on Figma.com. Think bigger, build faster. Figma helps design and development teams build great products together.
Do it.
Anyway.
You actually don't need to be a designer to use Figma. I started using Figma and taught myself design using Figma just by experimenting. So go check it out.
Oh, the last Apple announcement, the really wild card. We've seen Microsoft was working with the military on the HoloLens. We now see Meta partnering up with Anduril on VR glasses. How could Apple really pivot hard? AR-15. They just go
the Apple,
R15.
Rifle
15. Yeah, just going straight into small arms. It's the one offensive technology. It firmly establishes them like, no, we're not just partnering. We're here for the everyday American, respecting the Second Amendment rights.
An Apple-designed rifle would unfortunately go extremely hard.
Extremely hard. It would be so good. Just all white. Just the all white AR-15.
I need it.
Yeah.
I need it.
I mean, they could probably build a fantastic one.
Yeah, they could.
They could. We'd love it. Anyway, in other news, Scale AI is raising $10 billion, potentially from Meta. This is they're in talks.
Let's
not
give it up
advanced
for
talks.
a scoop from Katie Roof.
Katie Roof on
Quite
the
scoop.
weekend.
A weekend
June
scoop.
8th drop. Meta in talks for Scale AI investment that could top $10 billion.
Another $1 billion for Lucy Guo.
You love to see it. And Alex Wang. Absolute dog's been in the game for a long time. Lots of ups and downs with the different eras of reinforcement learning and pre-training and what data do we need to generate. You generate all that data, then you have it. But there is a new era coming with reinforcement learning, and Scale AI is positioning themselves to act as a key partner in the next wave, which is very exciting. So the financing could exceed $10 billion in value, some of the people said, making it one of the largest private company funding events of all time. The terms of the deal are not finalized and could still change, according to people who asked not to be identified for leaking. A representative for Scale did not immediately respond to requests for comments. Meta declined as well. Scale AI, whose customers include Microsoft, OpenAI, provide data labeling services to help companies train machine learning models and has become a key beneficiary of the generative AI boom. The startup was last valued at about $14 billion last year in a funding round that included backing from Meta and Microsoft. I didn't realize that Meta and Microsoft, the hyperscalers, were already getting in, but it makes sense. They're like a key partner in the ecosystem. Earlier this year, Bloomberg reported that Scale was in talks for a tender offer that would value it at $25 billion. And so if the company's grown even more, you could see that, maybe it's 10 on 30 pre, 10 on 40 pre. We're getting into like 20% dilution
Scale
territory.
AI in the public markets right now is probably I could see it being a $50 to $100 billion company.
It's a really, really good story.
People want a pure play AI bet. We saw with Circle last week that in some of these areas that there's a lot of investor enthusiasm if you have a pure play.
Yeah, Alex Wang's a fantastic founder. I mean, there is a question about like how indexed the question around Scale AI is always like they have to constantly adapt because they're not the foundation model company. They're like a data provider to the foundation models.
Foundation model companies tend to have to adapt pretty quickly.
They have to adapt too, yeah. So I don't know, but I mean, there's certainly like the revenues and the financials are fantastic because there's a big wave, and they are able to go and really capture a bunch of that as the training bills come due. This would be Meta's biggest ever external AI investment, a rare move for the company. The social media giant has before now mostly depended on its in-house research, plus a more open development strategy to make improvements in its AI technology. Of course, we've been hearing news that Meta is revamping the team behind Llama, really trying to double down on that project. They're not getting out of the game, but they might have kind of like aimed for the wrong target with the particular benchmarks that they were going after, and so had struggle wrangling the behemoth, getting it out the door. But Zuck's not giving up. Of course, he's going to keep working, keep building,
continuing to cook.
And so big tech peers have already invested heavily. Microsoft put more than $13 billion into OpenAI, while Amazon and Alphabet put billions into rival Anthropic. Everyone's got a bet there. Part of those companies' investments have been through credits to use their computing power. Meta doesn't have a cloud business, and it's unclear what format Meta's investment will take. And it's unclear if Scale really needs cloud credits. Their cost structure is human labor, since they oftentimes take tasks and find experts overseas and increasingly experts in America, because a lot of the reinforcement learning is now done on like extremely hard math problems, and so you might need to go to PhD programs to recruit.
We should
folks.
offer, like maybe physical intelligence or another lab, the data from Tyler, making this iPhone to train on.
Definitely,
because I wouldn't want potential training data to go to waste.
A bodysuit so that he's really able to track all the mechanics. We need every digit on his hand tracked so that we can.
This might be the first time an iPhone has been assembled by somebody wearing a tailored suit as well.
So we're breaking all sorts of records here. CEO Mark Zuckerberg has made AI Meta's top priority and said in January that the company would spend as much as $65 billion on related projects this year. Now, a lot of that CapEx and a lot of that investment is going into things that are not directly foundation model training, of course. They have reality labs and VR efforts, and they also have a ton of recommendation algorithms that are running on large data centers that they're scaling up. But obviously, they're investing tons. The company's push would include an effort to make Llama the industry standard worldwide. Meta's AI chatbot, which is already available on Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, is used by 1 billion people per month. Wow, that's a lot. Scale, co-founded in 2016 by CEO Alexander Wang, has been growing quickly. I believe it's a YC company too. The startup generated revenue of $870 million last year and expects sales to more than double to $2 billion in 2025.
Let's go.
Scale plays a key role in making AI data available for companies because AI is only as good as the data that goes into it. Scale uses scads of contract workers to tidy up and tag images, text, and other data that can be used for AI training. Like the original Scale AI business model was labeling and tagging images for self-driving car companies. And then at a certain point, I think the self-driving car companies stopped needing so much labeled data. And everyone was like, oh, Scale AI is not that useful. Like, we don't need them anymore. And then the LLM boom came and the RLHF boom came. And it was like, oh, wait, we need 10 times more Scale AI stuff. And then the same thing is happening in robotics, and the same thing is happening in reinforcement learning more broadly, and a ton of different paradigms to move the AI ball down the field. Scale and Meta share an interest in defense tech. Last week, Meta announced a new partnership with defense contractor Anduril Industries to develop products for the U.S. military, including an AI-powered helmet with virtual and augmented reality features. Meta has also granted approval for U.S. government agencies and defense contractors to use its AI models. I love Defense Llama. It's great. The company's already partnered with Scale in a program called Defense Llama, a version of Meta's Llama large language model intended for military use. Scale has increasingly been working with the U.S. government to develop AI for defense purposes. Earlier this year, the startup said it wanted to contract with the DoD to work on AI agent technology. The company called the contract a significant milestone in military advancement. So, I mean, Scale is such a big company. They're doing a lot of different stuff at this point, and they're not just doing the business process outsourcing, the data generation, but they're also doing stuff like they create evaluations. They have the humanities last exam, the benchmark for AI stuff, and then they're also fine tuning Llama and working with the DoD. And Alex is in DC fairly often. Anyway, fantastic report from Bloomberg. Go subscribe. Give them some love.
Give them some love. We have a post from Pliny the Liberator.
Getting a little spicy with Apple.
He says, I'm not reading a single AI research paper coming out of that giant stale donut in Cupertino until Siri can do a little bit more than create calendar events on the fourth try. Shots fired.
Yes.
Apple, they released a research paper
Yes.
Last week called The Illusion of Thinking,
Yes.
Understanding the Strengths and Limitations of Reasoning Models via the Lens of Problem Complexity. They basically said that reasoning models are fake and just pattern matching machines.
Yes.
And I got to defend technology here. I'm a bit of a pattern matching machine myself. I try to see patterns. I try to match them.
Yeah.
Not unlike a large, reasoning model.
Yeah.
But anyways, I think this is sort of interesting timing. I'll wait to pass too much judgment until we see what they release today. But in some breaking news, Apple just announced that they're basically mimicking the Mac OS experience on iPad. So you can now have multiple apps open at once, which is interesting. So
very fun. What else is new in WWDC world? iPad OS. They launched new CarPlay, and they demoed it on a Mustang. You'll have to see that.
There we go.
Very funny choice of car, but we love a Mustang.
There we go. They're connecting with, core America with that one.
They know. People want gas
Emily
cars.
Emily Sundberg is on the ground at WWDC, and she says the tech guy in a hoodie stereotype is dead. She's seeing
You're welcome.
Marine Serre sneakers. I'm actually not familiar. Japanese chore coats, and a bunch of other items. Tech has pulled the world down to their dress code, and now we've all met in the middle. Emily will be on the show later this week. We'll
the AI research paper that they put out is kind of interesting. There's this constant drumbeat of like moving the goalposts when it's like, okay, so now these models can reason and produce like really, really thorough research reports, and they can definitely follow these patterns, and that's super valuable. But then people will move the goalpost and say, well, that doesn't count as thinking. Like, yes, we passed the Turing test, but it's not really thinking. It's not really human. And I understand that, and I think that there's something right about that, but also like it doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, all that matters is like economic impact and like how valuable are these things and how useful are they. At the same time,
revenue as a benchmark.
I think that's the only benchmark that matters. And then on the flip side, there's this. I think
the only counter to that would be that a lot of useful AI features will be baked into iOS in the long run and won't be directly priced,
sure. So maybe you need to look at like user time or something, and delay. There's a whole bunch of ways, but the fact of the matter is is AI really thinking? Does it matter? Who cares really? Like, do we need to discuss this? There's also this funny pattern. I believe it was like either Naval or Wilmanitis or someone posted how like when the steam engine was invented, there were all these papers saying like, oh, the steam engine is just like the human brain. And then when like electricity was invented, it was like, oh, like the network of lights in a city is just like the human brain. Like now we understand the brain. And so there's this constant march of like, we create a technology and then we're like, oh, this is a perfect representation of how humans work. And maybe we keep missing things. But the question is like, we're clearly knocking down different patterns, like even just long-term memory. Like that has been solved by hard drives for a long time. We've been able to have databases and store lots of data and look up facts on the internet. Like that was something that was uniquely human. We solved it. It's great. It's not human, but it's great and helpful. And now we can do, next token generation and prediction and predict the next word in a sentence, which is very helpful. And clearly there's something in the human's mind that does that activity, but Is it everything a human does? No.
Based on training data.
Yeah, based on training data. And then reasoning is the same thing, like following a playbook, working through a problem, planning. Like that's clearly part of the human brain, but it's not the entire thing. But it's still really useful. And so it's all good. Anyway.
More breaking news, Apple now adding your passport to the Wallet app that will be accepted at TSA for domestic flights.
Okay.
Which is, I guess,
That's
valuable.
Cool. Yeah. Fine.
They just Sherlocked Real ID.
The government.
This is a post
Really?
from Katie Noto.
Notopoulos.
From Notopoulos from Business Insider.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's funny. I got the passport ID, the passport card. So you can have the paper passport, which people know for flying internationally, and then you have the real ID, the driver's license, and the passport card is something that you can order, and it lets you travel between U.S. Canada or U.S. Mexico without bringing the full passport. And I was super excited. I was like, oh, this is great. If I'm going to Canada, I'll just bring this thing. One day I was going to Canada, and
why were you going to Canada?
I have no idea. But anyway, I was going to Canada, and I was like, let me bring this passport card. This is great. As I show up, it says only valid for road and rail crossings. You can't fly with it because it's a product for like truck drivers that are driving back and forth all day long, and they don't want to bring a separate passport. They just want to throw an ID in their wallets, in their Ridge wallets. And so
next to their ramp.
Yeah, next to the RAM cards. And so I was very disappointed with that product. But hopefully this is better. But I imagine that people will get over their skis and be like, oh, I have my passport in my phone. Then they'll eventually try and fly internationally, and they'll get caught and then have to send an Uber. I actually wound up sending an Uber to my house, getting on the phone with the guy and saying, like, just break into my house and get my passport and bring it to me at the airport. And it worked. It was extremely high trust environment.
You could have just sent him to some random house.
Yeah.
Somebody bad is going to hear that and be like,
there's going to be a giant Newfoundland dog there. He's friendly. Give him a pat. And then
here's the code word.
Tell him good boy.
Make this sound.
Yeah.
And he'll let you pass.
Yeah, no, I really had like a massive dog at the time. Still do. Anyway, Vanta, automate compliance, manage risk, improve trust continuously. Vanta's trust management platform takes the manual work out of your security and compliance process and replaces it with continuous automation, whether you're pursuing your first framework or managing a complex program.
Get on there. Do it.
Get on there.
Do it right now.
Data drop from Andreessen Horowitz. Olivia Moore has the data. Our team at A16Z published benchmarks on revenue growth for AI startups from their proprietary data set. The median B2B AI company is going from 0 to $2.1 million in ARR in year one, while the median B2C company is going from 0 to 4.2 million ARR in year one. Yes, consumer companies are growing revenue faster. It's pretty remarkable. Even the bottom quartile is doing pretty well. Everyone's making money now. It's just so much different than the dot-com boom. Like, they're, obviously
wasn't it
tons of froth and tests, but still, these are serious numbers. If you start a company within 12 months,
consumer
you have a couple $1 million in revenue, and it's like the costs are going to be mostly overhead and employees. Like, you're in a pretty good spot.
Has there been a period where B2B categorically was growing much faster than consumer? Because I feel like with consumer, sure, with B2B, you have these, big contracts, which can help grow revenue quickly, but there's also so much friction to get onboarded, whereas consumers can just say, yes, I will take this product for $100, and you can do that thousands of times a day. And so I feel like that part isn't necessarily new, but still really impressive.
Yeah, I mean,
benchmarks.
Increasingly, there are so many ways to get to a paid upgrade. There are more. It's not just that Stripe exists and that in-app payments exist, and there's so many ways to make taking payment frictionless on the internet, which was not the case in 1999. But also just psychologically, people, I think, because of ChatGPT being paid, X has a paid tier. People pay for Patreons. People pay for all sorts of stuff. Subscriptions for games. All sorts of different things are subscriptions now.
Well, part of it is that AI,
psychologically,
even existing Gen AI experiences, even though they're new, are oftentimes so magical that people are totally happy to pay because the value is, the Studio Ghibli app, if they were just monetizing that, and they had it basically people would have paid $100 a month for that. They
I'm
would have
pretty
churned
sure-
immediately.
I'm pretty
but
sure
still.
Facetune is doing like $1 billion in revenue, or like FaceApp, like one of those like face swapping like iOS apps, because they just get you in, give you a free one. They know exactly how to monetize, ask you at the right time. You subscribe. Yeah, it's a 14-day free trial, and then it rolls over and you get charged $99 for the entire year.
Yep.
Like they're very good at this stuff. It's very Nikita Beer coded.
Yep.
Anyway, we have Casey Hanmer coming in the studio in the TBPN Ultra Dome in just a minute. I want to read some of his posts first. He says 1,640 days until China takes the moon. China wants the moon so bad they can taste it. They obsess over it all day. They dream about it all night. They fear the consequences of failure viscerally. It's affecting their appetite. They work 80, 90, 100 hours a week. The job isn't done until it's done. Casey says, the last page of our passport is a solemn promise that the USA will guarantee freedom as we lead humanity into an infinite and eternal universe. In some desperate corners of the earth, totalitarian dictatorships still stomp on the potential of 1 billion hearts, but the future belongs to freedom. So excited to bring him in and talk to him about that, and also about solar energy and manufacturing in America and what's going on with Apple. So welcome to the studio, Casey. How you doing?
I'm very well, thanks. Thanks for having me.
Great to have you.
As always, what triggered this initial tweet about 1,640 days until China takes the moon? I imagine that that's based on a specific mission that they have planned, but break that down, because they've done stuff before. They've landed on the moon before with autonomous stuff. Like, why is this different? Why is this date so important?
Yeah, China set a target of being on the moon officially by 2030 with people, Chinese taikonauts, obviously. And they have a space program already. They have a space station. They've had several space stations. They have the ability to fly humans into space and to recover them. And actually, the last news we got about a month ago was that they're looking into ways to accelerate that schedule into 2029. So I picked a date in late 2029, and I thought that's 1,640 days away. It's about 3.5 years or something from now. It's not that long. And one thing I can tell you for sure is that the Chinese space program managers fear the consequences of failure in a way that US space program managers have not felt or feared for many a decade.
What is are we? Should we be comping their efforts to NASA or SpaceX or both or some mix? What is the Chinese? What's the shape of the Chinese space program right now?
Well, I mean, I'm not an expert on the Chinese space program by any means, but it's obvious from the way they work that they're dead serious about it. They are in second place behind SpaceX when it comes to launching stuff into space, and they haven't got reusability done yet. So they're producing significantly more cores. And then, of course, when they're done with them, they drop them on villages because they run things differently. Now, I think that on this show, people will understand what I mean when I say the light cone wants to be free. The light cone is a place where humanity needs to expand and experience freedom. And the reality is that laws of physics don't guarantee that freedom will succeed. It helps us. Freedom helps us, perhaps. But the challenge we face, I think, is that NASA is the organization whose job it is to make sure that we don't get a 1958 Sputnik-like surprise ever again. And there are many, many smart people at NASA working hard on this, but their efforts are, somewhat circumscribed and challenged by kind of decades of accumulated craft and problems that are kind of causing major problems within the organization and for the US space program as a whole. I think SpaceX has done a really incredible job of upholding US interests in space. If it wasn't for SpaceX, we'd obviously be in a deep dark hole by now. But it's a lot to rest on the shoulders of just one company, and I think this has been reinforced in the United States just the last few days, with people realizing that actually the second place in US-based space company or whatever is an awful long way behind SpaceX. It's not for a lack of trying, and SpaceX is probably the number one place on Earth for training rocket engineers, and nothing forces them to stay there. Many of them leave and start their own companies, and good for them. But they're still a long way behind.
Yeah. Why is the moon so important in your opinion? There's arguments about security and defense and putting weapons on the moon. There's also resources. Like what are the top reasons why we should be going to the moon? I kind of just want to go because it seems fun.
Seems fun.
My son seems excited about it. I want to go with him one day. But aside
And
from,
we need to figure out if it's made of cheese or not.
We do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think it's really a secret that the moon is the second nicest place out of the Earth and the moon. It's a little bit like Antarctica or something. It's not a place that's got resources we really need.
Yeah.
What it represents is a symbol of freedom. It's a place that Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin first trod on back in 1969, and we came in peace for all mankind. And I think that you and I and NASA and much of the Western world sees the moon the same way, and the Artemis Accords and there's the Outer Space Treaty and so on. I don't think that the generals in Beijing see the moon quite the same way. And I might not be quite as hawkish as some of your other guests here, but it does not help me sleep well at night thinking that if the Chinese have a durable and defendable presence on the moon with humans running around there and the United States does not, at some point they could say, well, this outer space treaty is a nice idea, but no one who is alive had anything to do with writing it. And at the end of the day, we have nuclear weapons and this is ours. And then what do you say, right? Like, then they've basically planted the flag and said, no, the future of the light cone is going to be communism with Chinese characteristics forever. And that's not a situation, not a future I want. It's not a future, it's not a future or a situation that my children can live up to or participate in. It's not a future that's open to them. They can hug their stuffy rocket to sleep every night, dreaming of a future where they get to explore the universe. But it's just not one that will be protected, despite the fact that we spend in the United States $20 billion a year on NASA and a whole bunch more on other space programs that are less publicized, which is, just NASA's budget is twice the Manhattan Project's budget in an inflation-adjusted dollars. It's not a small amount of money. And yet, where's my moon base?
Yeah, where's our moon base? I hope the Chinese are taking the proper steps to get Solana's permission to go to the moon. Considering
they got to go through Mike Solana for sure.
They got to go through Mike Solana. What do you hope to see from the next NASA administrator now that Isaac Min is out, which obviously a lot of people in our corner of the internet were very disappointed by, but I'm curious what you would like to see from them.
Yeah, so obviously NASA administrator serves at the pleasure of the president, and it's his prerogative to decide who wants to serve there. NASA administrator is a super tough job, might be the toughest job in government, because you have to balance this impossible set of requirements. And now we've got this budget process that's going on, and there's no NASA administrator in the chair to be part of that conversation, to be advocating on behalf of which things are perhaps technically sensible or less sensible for reasons that Congress people cannot be expected to understand or even take an interest in. It's very, very esoteric and strange stuff. And so you'll end up in a situation where in 3 months or 6 months or 18 months or someone, a new NASA administrator will be sitting in the chair with a budget they didn't have anything to do with a bunch of programs that were designed by people for reasons that are long past their expiry date, and have to make the best of what they can do. And in the meantime, it is 1,639 days until China takes the moon. And this is a major challenge. I think it's ultimately reflected extremely poorly on the Biden administration that they put Senate Administrator Bill Nelson in there, and he was unable to help NASA respond to the existential challenges that face it. His intentions, no doubt, were fine, but his actions and the results of his work were mixed at the best. And I don't think that Trump or anyone who supports him would want a situation like that for NASA looking ahead in 4 years. And if China's on the moon in 2029, that'll be in the same year that Trump leaves the White House. So that's a very daunting challenge. This is really a little bit like Sputnik all over again, that we have a situation that really challenges to our core. And of course, Jared's a unique individual. He really, he was not under any, confusion there. He knew that going into NASA was a horrible job. Like, his job is to upset a lot of people, and get a bunch of programs that are in deep trouble turned around quickly. And it's going to involve, a lot of people losing their jobs or getting new jobs or being moved or relocated, or all kinds of stuff, just nasty stuff. And the bureaucracy that's entrenched there does not like to change. And I know people who have worked there. I know people who have tried to change things and have been rewarded for their efforts with constant harassment and even, legal and extra legal kind of problems and so on in their lives, in constant investigations and all kinds of stuff, right? It's an absolute hornet's nest in many ways. And Jared knew that, and he stepped up because he recognized the United States had given him everything, and he wanted to give back. Now, I don't want to prejudice whoever else steps up. I mean, ultimately, someone's going to have to take the job, and I wish them the best, and I'll help them in any way I can. But it is a tough job, and I think that, frankly, the number of people out there who have the skills to do something useful with NASA and really turn it around and fix the problems that we've got here, and the inclination to actually try and to basically blow up their entire life for the rest of their life, because that's what's going to result no matter how well you succeed, is a very, very small number. It's a real challenge. We have to wonder, why is it that in a country of 340 million people, we only really have a handful that could plausibly go in there and solve these problems right now? And if we don't, China will take our future.
Yeah. Talk to me about power generation on the moon and kind of like the build out if we actually wind up getting there and building like the launch capabilities to get up and back. What does the industrialization process of the moon look like? I know we're gonna have to figure out a lot on the fly, but you're in a
I looked
position.
at a company that their it was probably a year and a half ago. Their pitch was we're going to build Chevron on the moon.
Okay.
Super bright team that had actually run some pretty meaningful experiments. I couldn't quite get there from an investment standpoint because it was like,
everything
there's
has to
so
go right.
many
It's like
things
a
that need to happen,
multi-miracle
right?
company, right?
But I really hope they're successful. But break it down for us.
Well, I think step one is just establish the ability to move stuff to and from the moon, right? And once we have that, then we have the operational freedom to build a base of any size we want there, right? And that's a question for future voters and future presidents, I think.
Sure.
But ultimately, I'd be quite happy to see something there that's a bit like the Antarctic program. It could even be run by the NSF, right? NASA could be responsible for setting it up and developing the infrastructure, and NSF could run it like the Antarctic program. We send scientists up there because they'll go there voluntarily. It's ultimately there for strategic reasons. And you could have 100 people or 1,000 people, and you could fly, Taikonauts fly cosmonauts, fly Indian astronauts, fly astronauts from Japan and the EU and Australia and everyone else, and they get to go up there and they work in the US moon base, funded by the United States, built by American sweat and American brilliance at companies.
Much like the ISS, right?
A little bit like the ISS, but maybe with a little bit more kind of down to earth in a way, like actually dealing with rocks and doing real science and stuff like that.
Yeah.
In terms of energy on the moon, there is one way of getting energy on the moon that won't cost $10 billion to develop, and that's to set up large-scale microwave beaming plants on the surface of the Earth and beam the power up there.
Really?
Yeah, the moon always faces the same face towards the Earth. So once you've got your rectangular panel up there set up, it will always receive the power, provided the power continues to be sent from Earth. And of course, you could try and send up some kind of nuclear power station or something, but nuclear power plants are extremely expensive to build even on the Earth, let alone on the moon. So I think if you just wanted to get power there quickly, the best way to do it is just to beam it up from the
What
Earth.
about just throwing out a ton of solar panels? That feels like that was what I was teeing you up for.
Yeah, that's what I was teed up for. Solar panels are great on the Earth because, where people live, you never have a night that's longer than about 16 hours.
Sure.
For the vast majority of the world's population. But on the moon, even in the parts of the South Pole, which are ostensibly peaks of eternal light, you can still have pitch darkness for 5 or 6 days at a time in winter, which is basically means like if you're flying your entire power system up from the Earth, which ultimately you would have to, like 99.9% of it by mass has to be batteries. And that's an interesting question. You might be better off just flying up a Starship with a bunch of spare fuel and a gas turbine generator.
What about solar panel on one side of the moon, solar panel on the direct opposite side of the moon, really long extension cord?
Very long extension cord. I don't want to bore your readers with discussion of Passion's law, but
okay, doesn't work.
When you run the numbers, it's no cheaper.
Oh, that's not good. Okay, so give me the broad Terraform update. How are things going? And how many solar panels do you have? Where are we in the rollout of solar power dominance across America?
Well, that's two separate questions. So at Terraform, we're going great. We're integrating our first Mark 1 system, over the summer right now. It's a machine that's designed to produce limitless quantities of carbon neutral, cheap synthetic natural gas from sunlight and air. You can literally roll out a solar panel in anyone's backyard and hey presto, you're on top of an oil well. It's a very neat trick. Really privileged to get to run this with my friends here and with the confidence of our investors. In terms of solar more generally, look, the outcome is not in doubt. I think Jesse Pelton's been doing a great job on X recently.
I've seen him,
talking about solar. Look, at the end of the day, and this is actually another thing where I really hope that Trump and his team come in and help solve a problem that was kind of almost caused accidentally and hasn't been fixed since, which is that just by default, deploying solar arrays is unnecessarily complicated and expensive in the United States. And really, if when we are in a geopolitical kind of struggle right now to see who gets the cheapest energy fastest, and China is far ahead of us, and they're able to produce finished parts for less than the cost of raw materials in the United States. It helps that we're much richer than they are in China, but at the same time, the technology is the same. The sun shines the same. Actually, shines better here.
Why is it so difficult to roll out solar panels? It feels much easier than, I don't want a nuclear power plant in my backyard. The windmills, it's going to chop up the birds. There's like so many obvious problems with the other options.
But environmentalists get upset about it, understandably. At the end of the day, having the power to say no is addictive, right? You say no, not in my backyard, even if it's just a solar panel that's making your power cheaper. But actually, the best land for solar in the United States is so hot that no one wanted to live there. The United States government couldn't give it away.
You're talking about like Death Valley, basically.
I'm talking about like 90% of Nevada is still federal land.
Sure.
And so if you want to do work there, you have to kind of do it according to the Fed's rules, which includes NEPA, which includes like you have to do like 4-year environmental impact statements that run to tens of thousands of pages to prove that like putting a solar panel out on a bunch of economically like worthless and biologically lifeless dirt won't harm the environment. At the same time as we're subsidizing like 50 million acres of incredibly intense bioethanol corn production, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
Nope.
So I'm not asking for that to go away. What I'm asking is like, can we get a categorical exemption for solar deployment with, maybe some, like you can put some money in escrow account to like take it down in 30 years if you decide you want to go back to being like empty desert. And that would help a lot because then you wouldn't have to spend, like this is the insane thing. It costs about just the modules itself, the fancy part that turns sunlight into power, costs about 15 cents a watt. And the cost of installing it in the United States is about $1 a watt. So we're paying 7 times the price of the unobtainium which we import from China or whatever to install it, which is insane, right? Like if you're talking about the same economics to a corn farmer or something, it'd be like you are spending how many hundreds of thousands of dollars per acre to install something? Like how much does it cost to sow corn? Like $20 an acre? Like almost nothing.
That's wild. Talk to me about the supply chain. We hear a lot about the vast majority of solar panels being made in China. Is that a risk? Has it become a political football like everything else, like the electric vehicle batteries, et cetera? Some companies, Apple, Tesla, they've kind of figured it out mostly, gotten around a lot of the tariffs. But what are you seeing in terms of the long-term supply chain dynamics in solar?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, there'll be countries that make their own solar and countries that don't, which won't really be countries, right? If you have energy sovereignty, you have sovereignty, and if you don't, you don't. And I think it's very encouraging to see both under, even before the Biden administration, there was strong movements under the Trump one to tariff Chinese solar panels and start the scale up of solar manufacturing in the United States. And we're seeing like more than a terawatt coming online in the coming years. That's great. At the same time, China is producing solar panels cheaper than anyone has ever even thought possible, and they're trying to dump them on our markets. And my response to that is, if someone is predatorily dumping stuff on you, you should buy as much as you can because we can outbid the Chinese solar producers, and we can just stack the solar panels up in a giant warehouse in Nevada, and until we get around to deploying them. But if your enemy is literally trying to give you a machine that prints out money, which is what a solar module is, you should just buy as many of them as you can,
I like that.
and deploy them. And sure, you can prop up the US solar industry however you want. It's good to have solar from all the world's factories coming here in the United States to make energy as cheap as possible here, so we can make as many things as possible here. So we can do all the aluminum, steels producing onshore. We can make as much fresh water as we possibly want. We can terraform Nevada, right? The parts that we don't put under solar panels, we can turn into something like Switzerland if we want to. All this is extremely achievable with cheap solar power.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah. Can you talk a little bit more about what it actually takes to produce a solar panel in America? It doesn't seem as complicated as building an iPhone potentially, but maybe it is.
No, it's much simpler.
I don't think iPhones are even that complicated. We have our intern here. I don't know if you can see.
iPhone in America.
He's making the first USA-made iPhone this morning.
Cut to Tyler. How's it going, Tyler? Give us the update.
I've got the front on. I've got the home button on.
Okay.
I'm feeling really good right now.
Feeling really good.
Great,
Okay, we're making progress. To
be clear, once you're done with that assembly, TBPN intern, you need to go back to starting with rocks and then make the iPhone from rocks. I've got rocks in my backyard, so I'll give you some rocks. I'll mail them to you, and then you turn that into an iPhone.
That's
the next. That's level 2. Next level 2.
Yeah. So solar modules. You start with a solar cell, and then you laminate it between some glass with aluminum extrusion around the outside. I mean, that's easy. We have factories that do that. Practically every state in this country right now. If anything's the hard part, it's actually making the metallurgical grade silicon. It's kind of an energy intensive refining process that you can make the cells themselves out of. But even that is like, it's a well understood process. People have been doing it for years and years and years. The real challenge is like, it's like the same thing I wrote in that tweet about like China goes to sleep dreaming about the moon and they wake up angry about the fact they're not on the moon. And like, it's pretty clear that the NASA managers who are running the moon program are not obsessing over it in quite the same way, because if they were, we would have a moon base by now. And it's the same problem here, that like the United States domestic solar industry is not yet at the point where like they can taste 8 cents a watt solar modules and they're desperate to produce them. Right? There's not that competition. In China, there's 20 or 30 different companies. Like, ironically, capitalism is working in China to produce the cheapest solar panels ever. And there's no reason we can't do that in the States. Right? We're world experts at automation. We're world experts at capital formation. We're world experts at building factories. Look at what Tesla's doing. Tesla's outproducing the rest of the world in electric cars.
The Starlink factory feels like very adjacent. Yeah.
The white pill is that there's...
terminal is way more complicated than a solar module.
It has to be,
it's
right?
almost completely automated.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah, the white pill for American manufacturing is that thousands of people are learning how Tesla does it, how Starlink does it, et cetera, and will eventually go and decide, hey, maybe I should start a factory to make this thing, right?
Anyway, thank you so much for joining,
Don't
Casey.
sit on the fence.
Yeah,
Don't sit on the
this
fence.
is
Start a factory.
fantastic.
Build a factory.
Build a factory.
Do it.
You heard it here first.
Do
Thank
it.
you so much for joining. We will talk to you soon, Casey.
Great to
Have a
see you,
great rest of
Casey.
your
Have a
day.
good one.
And the white pill on sales tax automation. Of course, it's numeralhq.com. Spend less than 5 minutes per month
Major
on
white
sales
pill.
tax compliance. Benchmark Series A. Anyway, next up, we have Patrick McGee, the author of Apple in China, a groundbreaking book on Apple's supply chain. Very excited to have him in the studio. Welcome to the show, Patrick. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, but I haven't watched WWDC, so I hope you don't have any questions about that.
No
we don't need to talk
questions
about that. The timeline is not loving it. I have a post here. Why does Apple have a whole conference just to show everyone they slightly adjusted the colors on a few icons?
No.
So that is a little bit dramatic, but
But in other
we're
news, we
excited.
have our intern here in the studio assembling an iPhone from scratch. Not really from scratch, but I don't know if you can see, but he's getting it together. He's assembling the
great.
first iPhone in America, and so I think that's more of our focus today.
Oh God, I said iPhone manufacturing would never happen in America. I think
We
this
proved
It's
you
happening.
wrong.
This is the first
Wrong.
American-made device. American-made iPhone.
You're witnessing history.
He's starting. It's a 4S, so we couldn't go all the way to whatever the 16 or the 17, whatever we're on now.
Yeah.
But we had to start somewhere. So,
But anyway, thank you so much for joining. Would you mind introducing yourself in the book and kind of like what led you to want to dig into this so much? Because I know you interviewed like hundreds of people for this. It was obviously a massive project. Take me through the journey to actually start investigating this story.
So yeah, Steve Jobs would sometimes say you can't understand your life until you connect the dots backwards, right? It'd be a real trick if we could know where the meaning was going forwards. That would improve things. So I've spent 12 years at the Financial Times, and it was basically like 3 years in Hong Kong, where I was getting to know China, 3 years in Germany, where I was covering the automotive industry, but in retrospect, really understanding supply chains and manufacturing, industrial policy to some degree, and then 4 years covering Apple. So you sort of put those three things together and really get my book. The first 3 years of covering Apple, I did what most Apple reporters do, which is that I didn't focus at all on how the sausage gets made, as it were. I focused on product features. I focused on the rise of digital advertising and Apple's privacy policies. I mean, I think I had some decent stories, but it didn't really occur to me to look at what we all know, which is that the products are made in China. And the real discovery that I made, if you will, is that we had never covered a job within Apple called manufacturing design engineer. And these are the people who go over to China literally by the plane load to train, audit, supervisor, and mount billions of dollars worth of machinery in the aggregate in hundreds of factories across China. So I wasn't really familiar with what makes Apple most unique in hardware, which is that they don't sit around hoping that component makers in their supply chain come up with more durable materials, cheaper materials, lighter materials, etc. They go and they train all of the people to come up with those innovations. So it's a co-invention process, really. But the amount of people they've trained and the amount of money they've invested in China to make all that happen was staggering, to such a degree that I compare it in a way that sounds unhinged if you haven't sort of read the 200 preceding pages in the book, to the Marshall Plan.
Yeah. Can you give us more on the exact scale of the investment and how you actually pulled those numbers? Are they available in SEC reports, or did you have to do some digging to actually piece everything together to actually get the full scope of the scale of what's happening?
Yeah, so the line I have on this is that when Tim Cook goes to Zhongnanhai, the citadel of communist power, and invests, or rather pledges to invest $275 billion into Chinese factories over the next 5 years, if he were to hold a press release, a press conference, I should say, from Zhongnanhai, that would have been corporate suicide. This was when Donald Trump was campaigning on America First platform. And so...
so was that 2016,
May 2016.
Yeah.
And so basically what happens is that when Xi Jinping comes into power, particularly when he becomes president in March 2013, Apple fears that its products are going to be blacklisted because there is a 3-week digital blitzkrieg against the company where all sorts of state-sponsored media are threatening the company, and even regulators are saying threatening things to Apple. And Apple basically doesn't understand. They're in a state of confusion. There's not a single senior person living in the country, and there never has been at the time. And Apple responds by basically hiring or naming a team of people that call themselves the Gang of Eight. And they are to be the Cupertino's eyes and ears on the ground. Essentially, they are tasked with coming up with a way to placate local and federal officials in China without resorting to joint ventures, because that is anathema to Cupertino. A joint venture is like if the three of us wanted to go make a company in China, 50% of it traditionally needs to be Chinese owned. That's supposed to be illegal after 2001 when China enters the World Trade Organization, but it really just evolves rather than is prohibited. And so Apple has been operating under the radar to such a degree that even though by 2012 they are the largest producer in China without actually, producing anything themselves, you could sort of compare it to Uber in that respect. They're also the largest retail seller in the country among foreign companies. And so they're wildly successful, but they're operating so secretively that the Beijing leadership doesn't understand what contributions they are making. And so Apple does its own supply chain study to sort of flip this on its head. And what they realize is that they're investing $55 billion a year into the country. And so they sort of take this to Zhongnenhai to basically say, get off of our back. You have no idea how much we're contributing to your companies. And if I'm just to round this out, I would say if we fast forward to today, 55% market share in global smartphones is the Chinese manufacturers like Huawei and Oppo and Vivo and so forth. And the reason they're so good is that Apple trained all of their suppliers.
Yes, I remember you making this point about how Apple is essentially the reason that Oppo and Huawei exist, because they trained all of the manufacturing houses to build competitors to iPhones, essentially. And you made the point that Apple didn't kill Nokia with necessarily product innovation in the United States. It was the manufacturing and the birth of the Chinese manufacturing supply chain that was taken advantage of by Huawei and Oppo and the other Chinese phone companies. But is there a reason why Nokia wasn't able to go to China and say, hey, we're going to piggyback on the same supply chain. We're okay being a year behind on the lagging edge. Did you ever dig into the exact dynamics by that? Was that just a blunder by the Nokia team? Because it seems like if you see this rising manufacturing powerhouse, you might want to go and take advantage of it. If Apple's going to pay for all the R&D.
And it's the same question for Microsoft with the Windows Phone, right?
Totally.
The trouble is, going to China is not the secret. If you've watched the BlackBerry movie, in fact, this is the final scene where they do have the BlackBerry Storm, I think, made in China.
Yeah.
It's a really simplistic way of thinking about it, because it's not just that China has the skills and capabilities of pulling this off. It's that Apple has this pyramid structure in the company where Johnny Ive and the design studio called ID were given a godlike power to come up with unfathomably intricate and difficult designs. And then the manufacturing engineers basically had to go make it happen. Nobody had the skills to go make it happen. And so the line that I got from one of these manufacturing design engineers is that the perfect attitude was to say to Johnny Ive, I have no fucking idea how to build this, but I'm going to move heaven and earth to go figure out how to do it. And nobody but the Chinese were willing to sort of put in the investments, the tailor-made industrial policies, build factories on a scale that was needed to build iPhones at the volumes that Apple needed. So China emerges as the perfect answer to Apple.
Before we get more into what happens next, can you talk about some of Apple's early experiments? I know they were trying to do stuff in California, the Czech Republic.
Yeah.
It sounds like they didn't.
I know. And so there's this 7-year narrative, and it sounds long, but trust me, it's fast-paced, and it sort of crosses continents, where Apple doesn't just sort of abandon making its own computers, right? Because they used to make them on 3 continents, and turn to China. That's a 7-year experimentation stage where the translucent iMac alone was built by LG in Korea, and then they expanded to building them in Mexico and in Wales. It's a great strategy. Unfortunately, it's actually a fiasco. The Mexico factory is literally on fire for about a month, and so production is halted. And the production line in Wales was known as the toaster line for the propensity of the circuit boards to catch fire. So they have all these other problems that just make China begin to look better. What happens is Foxconn comes on board. So my line about this is that Johnny Ive and Steve Jobs, the meeting of their minds is what makes Apple products unique, but it's the meeting of the minds between Terry Guo, founder of Foxconn, and Tim Cook that makes Apple products ubiquitous. So when Foxconn comes on board, this is a Taiwanese company, and that's crucial.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, did they feel more comfortable partnering with Taiwan?
So they begin with
Foxconn.
Taiwan. In the first 5 years of Steve Jobs' comeback, Taiwan is the most important country. It's where a lot of the products are being made, namely the iPod, but also the PowerBooks and the iBook. If you remember Reese Witherspoon and her little bunny ears in Legally Blonde, lining up to buy a computer, she definitely buys the little bright orange computer. I mean, Apple is redefining aesthetics, not just of computers, but later of MP3 players, and later, of course, of smartphones. And so, I like to joke with people, what's your favorite Dell computer from the early 2000s, right? Because nobody has anything. anything. You can't even remember any of them. Nobody was doing the sort of thing that Johnny Ive was doing. But what we've forgotten and what my narrative sort of fills is just like to have that maniacal obsessiveness in design is one thing, and that's where a lot of the stories are. But to actually build those in the tens of millions per year and later the hundreds of billions per year, like clearly there's a story there, right? And it's weird that we've omitted it. But to build at that quality, that quantity, and that cost, China just emerges as the perfect partner. So it's the combination of Cupertino's skill and China's scale that makes for the perfect marriage.
Yeah, what's the stat on the Tim Cook era? It's something like 20% of smartphone sales, but 80% of profits, something like that.
Isn't that insane? And, you know, I'm only giving like a figure for 2016, but it's actually increased since then. So the market share for the iPhone has never gone above 20%, but these days they reap 85% of industry profits.
Wow.
And that is just insane. I mean, find me another sector that comes anywhere close to that.
It's remarkable. Yeah.
Give it up for big tech profits.
Yeah, how much? How much of what you're seeing today with there's some criticism of Apple for kind of faltering on the AI side, on the product side. Maybe the iPhone's gotten a little bit stale with
and
innovation.
to be clear, Mark Gurman just said they didn't really announce any new AI features.
Yeah,
which
but
surprised
at the
him.
same time, while people have been going after Apple for the lack of product innovation, lack of software innovation, it feels like in this particular moment, Tim Cook is the perfect CEO for Apple in the sense that they are facing immense geopolitical challenges. The supply chain is more complicated than ever. And Tim Cook seems to be a fantastic leader in terms of the execution of that strategy. And so we're in this weird, I understand that there's a weird dynamic, but it feels like in terms of the challenges that Apple, the size of the challenges, they could miss on AI. But if they're able to scale up to 1 billion iPhones a year, they win.
Hard disagree.
Okay, break it down.
I understand the point that you're making, and Tim Cook has provided immense value to Apple, but I do think it's sort of a time's up moment. The reason I say that is Apple is so wedded to China that it has basically become an existential risk to the company. I'm not saying, therefore, the company's going to downfall, but if something like their export license from China was canceled, it's not like, oh, well, thank God we have 25% of iPhones now being made in India. None of those phones are independently made in India. They're all reliant on the China-centric supply chain. And if Apple's going to come out of it, I mean, basically, if you agree that that's an untenable situation, it's a 15-year effort if it can happen at all. And you can't have the guy who created the current strategy leading the company, if that's the goal. So I would just question that he's the right person. And that's just on the supply chain side. That's on the operations side. That's his wheelhouse, if you will. The AI strategy is probably just as fundamental in the sense that we're now at a stage where people's next phones could very well be based on what AI features they have. And Siri, to quote Satya Nadella, is dumb as a rock. And they're basically not even allowing you to have ChatGPT replace Siri. I mean, ChatGPT is not allowed to go through my emails, not allowed to go through my photos, etc. It could probably work wonders if it could, but Apple, for privacy reasons that may or may not be genuine,
privacy
can't
reasons.
do that. And when you get into China, ChatGPT is not allowed in China. And so AI is really taking off with the likes of Baidu and Alibaba and DeepSeek, of course. But Apple's going to be put in this strange position where, you know, my book is about how they've trained up their hardware engineers in China over the last 25 years. Is the next 25 years the story of how Apple's training up the AI developments in China? I mean, for starters, I don't know that they're a great teacher, just given that their own Siri product and AI isn't all that good. But that strikes me as an untenable position for them to be in. And so AI is like another, maybe not existential risk, but certainly a large risk for Apple that they certainly are flailing. And if the buck stops somewhere, it's with Tim Cook. So I would say there's two reasons that you'd call for new leadership right now.
So talk about getting out of China, building up manufacturing capacity in India, Vietnam, America, anywhere else. Tim Cook has done it once in China. He doesn't have any unique tie to China. He's not Chinese. He just went over there, figured it out, built it up. It took immense time and investment. He's done it once. Can he do it again in a different country? Is that possible?
So you sometimes hear that within Apple, and I would say that it reeks of hubris. In other words, China was a once-in-a-century partner in terms of the tailor-made policies, in terms of literally having hundreds of millions of people go from the migrant labor pools and into cities like Shenzhen and Suzhou to make all this happen. So it's not that China was just some blank slate with a lot of people and you could get it working. It's not just the density of the population, it's the dynamism of the population and the way that they're willing to work and the sort of bonded zones that China has. I mean, there's so many reasons why none of this is going to happen in America, because even on a philosophical basis, we wouldn't want to replicate replicate things like the dual class structure of citizenship that you have in China, where if you're rural, you really can live in Shenzhen, but you can't raise their kids there. You can't get the social benefits. You certainly can't retire there. Philosophically, we don't want to replicate that. Whether India has to go that far, if they're going to do so, I don't know. But they at least are a country of 1.5 billion people. They have wages that are similar to the early 2000s in China, and they do have major policies of wanting to become a manufacturing powerhouse. I don't think they're doing enough, but it's not just a matter of Tim Cook sort of copying and pasting the strategy into a new area that doesn't take into account just how different India and China are.
Can you tell us more about that difference? India's democracy, but there's a lot of lack of infrastructure. I've heard flagged as just like there's not enough scale at the ports. There's not enough industrial manufacturing equipment in the country. Same thing with Vietnam, although it does feel like Apple's maybe had a little bit more luck with AirPods in Vietnam, but I don't know if there's more color to that, and it might be more of one of those like final assembly things that we've been hearing.
On the whole, I would say more is actually happening in Vietnam than people give credit for, and less is happening in India than people think. The problem with Vietnam is you just hit constraints, right? I mean, the population in Vietnam is literally 1/15 that of China. So it is never going to rival China in a way that India could. India just doesn't have the skill. I don't know that they have the drive. They don't have the same Nietzschean will to power. The epigraph of my book is from a Made in China 2025 document from 10 years ago, which says, without manufacturing, there is no country, there is no nation. No other country, let alone India, thinks of manufacturing in that way. But China does. So it's really difficult for India to compete. And even though they have a lot of people, they don't have the same migratory patterns. So I cited a study that looked at maybe 80, maybe 84 countries of internal migration, and India was at the end of the list. So you don't have this culture, especially of young women, 17, 18 years old, leaving their parents' homes and going to work in a factory in Karnataka as like an equivalent of Shenzhen. Now, maybe you don't need to replicate every facet of how China pulled this off over the last 25 years, but it's not as though I look at India and see a bunch of qualities that would help them in manufacturing that China doesn't have. It's sort of one way, the advantages that China has. And as the world moves into automation, it's a little disconcerting that I believe I'm accurate in saying China has more industrial robots than the rest of the world combined. And they certainly have more than an order of magnitude more than in India.
A lot of the issues around moving Apple's manufacturing around the globe today come down to demographics, like you're outlining, and just cultural differences. How does Apple's leadership think about automation? Because if Tim Cook is willing to invest 50 to hundreds of billions of dollars a year in a country, isn't there a world in the future where Apple's investing $100 billion into American iPhone manufacturing that's end-to-end automated? I know that's like extremely difficult.
Yeah, it kind of gets around the cultural issue.
But it gets around the cultural issues, and it just
issue.
becomes a capital formation issue. Yeah. And
the stat that we were toying with was that I think over the last decade, Apple has returned almost $1 trillion to shareholders via dividends.
Yeah.
And so that's enough money to do really, really big mega projects. The question is it just that's not enough money? No amount of money can get you there, or is there some other factor?
Yeah, because I think when people say like, "Oh, it's impossible to automate iPhone production," I don't think that the average person genuinely believes that in the fullness of the next 20 years, there's no way an iPhone you could put the parts in one side of a factory and a finished iPhone would come out the other side.
So let me say two things. One, I'm totally in favor of stiffing shareholders and cutting the buyback program in half and spending the other $50 billion a year on building resiliency into the supply chain. So I'm not exactly sure that's what you're suggesting, but I would advocate that. Secondly, even if, let's just say, artificial intelligence on steroids is able to upend the way things are manufactured and you don't need 400,000 people in Zhengzhou to do it, nevertheless, China has, unfortunately, a number of advantages in terms of the refining and the mining of the metals. Even if the metals are being mined in Africa, it's Chinese companies that are orchestrating all of these processes. So even in a state where it is, as you say, a sort of lights out factory where you throw in the components and then iPhones come out, that's probably still more likely to happen happen in China than America, because they're the ones who have all the expertise sort of end to end in the supply chain. And then, shipping an iPhone, even on a flight to US, is immaterial in terms of the costs. So you really would need the sort of political catalyst that we're seeing now in order to make that happen. But it has to sort of be the perfect convergence of everything happening. And Tim Cook can't just be the only person who's being pressured by the White House to do this, because if you're going to have Foxconn and a whole bunch of industrial clusters setting up shop, in Pittsburgh or wherever it is that Trump wants it, they can't just be supplying iPhones, right? There is no factory in the world that all they do is supply iPhones, right? Think of a TSMC building chips for any number of company that you can think of. That is what you need. So it's not a matter of convincing Tim Cook to open a factory. There's no such thing as an Apple factory. You need Tim Cook to convince his underlings in the supply chain to build things. But in order to do so, they need to be building for, I don't know, Sony and Samsung and a whole host of industrial clusters, so a whole host of companies in an industrial cluster. Otherwise, the economics and the efficiency don't make any sense.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that it sounded like Apple had a mandate that their suppliers would not be overly reliant on Apple to the tune of more than 50% of what they produced being for Apple. Why did that dictate come from Apple? You would think it would come the other direction, where if I'm a supplier, I don't want to be too dependent on Apple, because if they pull out, I lose my entire business.
That's true, but Apple has all the leverage in these relationships. And so if Apple says jump, the supplier says how high. And so if Apple's really, and just think of how demanding Apple is, and particularly how much they scaled, right? So 5 million iPhones were built in 2007, nearly 250 million by 2015. So if you were a supplier just trying to keep up with that, like, that was enough business. Even if you were making 1% or 2% margins, the volumes were making you grow at a level that you had never grown before. But yeah, what happens is that if Apple obviates the need for a certain component and turns direction just as they go from 100 million iPhones to 170 million iPhones, well, you would just go out of business. And so this would happen, and it would develop bad will from the supplier community towards Apple. And so Apple began saying, for its own protection, however fast you grow with us, please grow as fast with somebody else. And that's what sort of gives birth inadvertently to the Chinese smartphone industry. I don't mean the suppliers. I mean Huawei, Oppo, Vivo, etc.
So speaking of the consumer market in China, how cooked is Apple in China? I know sales are down double digits as of at least last year. It doesn't look good, especially with all these new AI features coming online.
And is that driven by just consumer choice and nationalism, or are there actual structural policy choices that are driving that change?
My question back to you is whether cooked was a pun.
We make tons of puns.
I just wasn't sure how intentional that was.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, let me give the sympathetic view first, which is that after Trump 1.0 kneecapped Huawei was at the time, first of all, outselling Apple globally in terms of smartphones. But more importantly, it was the only phone to penetrate the top tier. Apple doesn't really care if other phone makers sell more phones than them, but they do care if they're in the top tier. And so when Chinese luxury buyers were purchasing Huawei phones instead of Apple phones, it was a really big deal. But Trump, disallowed Huawei from having access to Google services, which maybe doesn't matter so much in China. But I mean, I used to live in Germany and I had a Huawei. If that thing didn't have YouTube and Gmail anymore, it's gone. I'm not going to have it. And they also disallowed them from having 5G technology from Qualcomm. So that worked really well at a time. And China market share for Apple was 9%. And then when Huawei gets kneecapped, all the luxury buyers in China that need a 5G phone, just as 5G was really coming on the scene, they all bought iPhones. So the market share doubles to 17%. You could say that as a result of that, as a result of Huawei being on the sidelines, Apple's market share was sort of overly inflated. So now that Huawei is back, we have had 2 years, and now this is the 3rd year of Apple market share declining in China. But if I'm to be sympathetic, I would say it might just be that they're sort of right-sizing or like refining an equilibrium now that Huawei is back in the game. Unfortunately, I wouldn't sort of go with the sympathetic view. I'm more cynical here, because now that Huawei is back and you're seeing more nationalist fervor in China, and now that iPhones are going to be built in India, which actually diminishes the sense that the iPhone is an indigenous-made product in China, and now that AI is taking on more preeminence in terms of why you should buy a phone, and Apple's having all sorts of problems on their own, and the problems are only compounded by the fact that they can't use partners like ChatGPT in China, I would predict that by 2030 at the latest, iPhone share in China is going to fall back to single digits.
Interesting. Can you talk more about the parallels or differences between Huawei, Xiaomi, and Apple? Huawei's gone into GPU accelerators. They're competing with NVIDIA on the Ascend side. Xiaomi has a car. Apple's kind of stumbled in cars, or there was rumors that they were working on a car. They didn't. I guess my question is, why hasn't Apple reaped some of the downstream dividends of adjacent product development based on their supply chain dominance? Because that seems like almost free money for them. And it seems like all the Chinese companies have been like, oh yeah, we make phones, so let's also make hoverboards and cars and everything. And there's been a much different culture in terms of product development. Does it just come down to culture, or is there something else strategic or kind of structural going on?
It's a fair question. I don't really know why Apple abandoned the car project. And I think it could have been a winning product, especially in China, because they have such brand appeal. On the other hand, I would say the Apple car product probably should have died years earlier. The reason I say that is because Apple got caught up in the hoopla that Silicon Valley was in 2015, which is that self-driving cars are going to be everywhere, right? I mean, the founder of Lyft had said that, quote, a majority of our rides will be self-driving by, I think, 2021.
Yep.
Travis Kalanick had said that they would buy 100,000 Mercedes self-driving cars by 2020.
Wow.
And Larry Page of Google said self-driving cars will be bigger than Google. I mean, there was a sense that self-driving cars were the next big thing, and Apple was not immune, and Apple fit into it. As soon as we realized that the self-driving thing was a bit of a fantasy and was going to take much longer to develop, I think the project could have died, because at that point, it's just like, is Apple just competing on acceleration with Tesla? Like, what exactly are they going to do? If you're in a self-driving car and you're using iOS apps on all these, like, sexy windows and stuff within the car, like, it makes all kinds of sense. Once you take the self-driving car element out of it, I don't know that the Apple car makes any sense.
Sure.
The Chinese are in a different ecosystem where it does make sense for them to have a Xiaomi car, a Huawei car, etc. And maybe there's self-driving, maybe there's not. But they sort of like having an advance on all this technology, and they like market share. Apple only wants to be in markets where it's going to be a number 1 or number 2 player. It doesn't want to play second, third fiddle to Tesla and any number of other companies. So
it was kind of remarkable that they actually went so heavy into Apple TV, because they were behind HBO and Hulu and Netflix, and they really like carved something out there that worked. But I know a lot of Hollywood people that were very skeptical about that, because in film and television, the brand standard is so high, and you have a couple bad shows, you get a bad reputation, but they slog
Can I
through.
give you my theory on why they moved into Apple TV Plus?
Please, yeah, that'd be great.
Apple has a services division that is largely not what you think it is as the consumer. In other words, if I said, what are Apple services, you would say, oh, it's Apple, it's Apple Music.
The random
it's Apple
$11
Fitness Plus,
charge I get
etc.
a couple times
What
a
it
month.
really is 30% fees on App Store, and Google paying them $20 billion a year. So for the purposes of earnings calls, I think they want to push more into things like talking about Ted Lasso and what Emmy Awards they won, rather than having to say, we squeezed more out of Spotify this year, and by the way, Google is now paying us $22 billion a year. I really think that was the motivation for why they wanted to
why do you, somewhat random, but why do you think they never made a television?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I've heard one thing, which is that Steve Jobs demanded, this is obviously, before 2011, that when the TV was off, that the pixels be white rather than black, and that Apple was unable to nail this. I'm not saying that's why the project died.
It's so,
but that is
it's so interesting because I would happily never get any Apple media products. I don't need their shows. I would much prefer to have an Apple device instead
TV
of
that works.
This buggy Samsung,
Absolutely.
But it's funny, TVs are good, right? Like when Apple comes out with the iPod, it's because they're looking at MP3 player on the market in 2000, 2001, and they're saying everything sucks. The reason why they never made a video cam, even though they came out with iMovie, is that video camcorders were generally speaking doing fine. So they needed to break into one market. They just
but I would argue that TVs suck.
There's ads, and there's all these pre-installed
I hate
junk,
I've got.
It's a mess.
I hate the 4
that's
TVs
a Samsung
in my house.
frame in the back there. I think that thing's great.
It's okay. I have one too.
But the software, it's buggy, it's slow,
it wants me to upgrade and subscribe and do all this junk, and it's just like not as
I guess the question is how much you would pay, because TVs aren't a high
10
margin.
grand.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would. I think it would be like the Apple Pro Display XDR, which is like a $4,000 screen.
Yeah, it's basically more than
anything else,
5 to
based on
10
the specs,
times
but
what the
it's
comparable
still so good that designers
product is.
still demand it, and I think that they could pull that out. But I think you're probably correct overall.
Yeah.
Last question, and I want to get you, and I want to let you go. I want to hear the story of the mini Tiananmen that happened in 2010. That's a fascinating story.
Oh God, what a terrible story to end on. It is the only bit in the story that I would call salacious, and I only have it in there. I don't like salacious stories. Is that it's just an incident that takes place where Apple really realizes they're in over their head and they don't understand the culture. How many seconds do I have to tell this story?
A minute or two.
Two
It's
minutes.
hard. Okay, so it's hard not to I need to give the backstory, which is that the iPhone 4 in 2010 goes absolutely wild in China. It becomes the most conspicuous thing that you can own, and it's so conspicuous, and there's such a supply-demand imbalance that Apple at the time has 4 stores in a country of 1.4 billion people, and so these scalpers known as yellow cows begin sending migrants to the store by the thousands, where everybody can each buy 2 units, and then these gangsters who are backed by the triads are basically like lining up these people, getting all the phones that come out of the store, and then going to a city like Chongqing, population 32 million, number of Apple stores 0, and they're able to sell them at $700, $800, $900. Wow. They begin finding ways legal, to make more money per iPhone than Apple. And one of the ways was to go buy a phone in America at T-Mobile on a 24-month contract, and using a fake ID, they could acquire the phone for 1 month worth of the 24-month contract, smuggle it into China, and then sell it for $800 or $900. I mean, that's just the state of demand at the time. More than that, they were actually zapping out the phones, so they were like rendering the thing inoperable, but in the process of breaking it, they were masking the fact that it was a stolen phone, and then making more money that way as well. And they were even hollowing out the phone's components, selling off the memory and things like that. So if you understand, just like through this brief thing, that there's this chaotic scenes of crazy demand, of triad gangsters and everything, one of the worst things that happens in the book is that Apple runs out of product at the Shanghai Pudong store. So there's 7,000 migrants waiting to buy their product, and they're more scared of the triads who have hired them to be there than they are of the police. So when Apple says we're out of product, you need to go home, they don't want to leave. They feel like they can't leave, and they literally prevent the glass doors from being shut on them, and they stage a sit-in the store. So the police are unable to get them to go. The mayor of Pudong shows up, they're not able to go. And eventually, after 11 p.m., 100 black-clad police officers that someone compared to, like, you know, the SWAT team or to, what's it called, SEAL Team 6, those kind of guys show up. And when a young woman, sort of having never seen these people, takes a photo of them, one of the persons takes her behind the Genius bar and beats her so bloody that the blood on the ground cannot be scrubbed out, and they have to re-import granite from Italy to replace the stone tiles.
Wow.
It's a terrible story. The person who told me it has been having nightmares about it for the last 14 years, but it's an example of Apple just not understanding what they were dealing with, and it results in the political awakening the following couple years when they begin to hire senior people on the ground to understand the politics, the culture, and the distribution issues that they're having in the country.
Very rough. Well, it's been fantastic talking to you. I
Patrick,
personally
thank
am
you for
pulling for Apple to reshore manufacturing and diversify the supply chain. I'm on the side of Tim Cook. I think he can do it. I think he's cooking.
I'm on the side of friend shoring. I would love to see more in Mexico and more in India. I don't know what's going to happen in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Patrick, thank you for doing the work to tell the story, and
fantastic.
come back on anytime. This was
Thanks
great.
much. Okay, cheers. Thanks,
Talk
guys.
to you soon.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
Really quickly, let me tell you about ADIO, Customer Relationship Management Magic. ADIO is the AI native CRM that builds, scales, and grows your company to the next level.
And we are power
every
users.
day.
Power
Love
users
ADIO.
over
we
here.
are power users. Next up, we have Aaron Slodov coming in the studio. Tell us about Reindustrialized, all the things that are going on in his world.
And I'll be right back.
And let's check in on the intern cam, see how Tyler's doing. Aaron, how you doing?
At the donut.
Oh yeah. Looking good. I like the background. We have our intern. We have our intern in the studio today, making the first iPhone in America. It's happening. It looks like he's done. Give me the update.
I'm getting pretty close.
He's getting pretty close.
Missing most of the kind of external things here. I got the volume buttons, home button. I got to put in the battery, the main kind of chip motherboard.
Okay.
But feeling pretty good. I'm probably 80% of the way there.
80% of the way there. Less than an hour and a half in. I think this is going fantastically. I wasn't sure if this is possible, but it looks like it's happening. Anyway, Aaron, how you doing? What are you up to these days?
Doing well, and getting ready for the second annual
Is the second
reindustrialized.
reindustrialized conference? Give me the background on the first one. How'd that go? When and where is the second one?
Yeah. So this is kind of a labor of love of many people, right? Basically, we have a nice team of co-founders, myself, Austin Bishop, Fallon Donahue, and Greg Bernstein.
Oh, cool.
And an amazing team of organizers. But yeah, last year the backstory is kind of obviously, hard tech, deep tech. The wave was kind of happening at that point. I put out that article, the Techno Industrial Manifesto.
That's right.
Lots of questions, lots of people talking about this across military, government, finance, whatever. Wanted to put all these people in the same room together, right?
Yep.
So the idea behind this was, can we actually build a big tent around this idea?
Yep.
And I saw it as a way to really just like convene. And
who are some of the top speakers last time?
So we had Sham from Palantir, we had Eric Prince, we had the Lieutenant Governor of Michigan. It was crazy, right? Like this all came together in under 3 months, basically. And we were all like grinding super hard to, bring this awesome group of people together. Chris gave the keynote from Hadrian, and it was this really, really excellent group of people. It was like you were there with, 1,000 of your friends, right? And everybody's ready to build. And it was wonderful, in so many ways. And people really thought that it was like, What
is the overall state of the reindustrialization project? There's been a lot of thought pieces and conferences. What have we seen on the legislation side, on the EO side, and what are we waiting for next?
We could probably spend an entire hour on all the things that have rolled out of the admin, since January. But it's been surprising, to say the least. Like, wow, that's awesome.
George. What's up, Aaron? Good to see you.
Hello, you as well. Like following up on last year, right? Like one of the things that we established at the very end of the summit was we wanted to bring together the New American Industrial Alliance, NIA, right? So Austin has been running that in DC for the last year, and we've got basically like a mountain of legislation and policy that has been active and pumped out through various like EOs. We have reconciliation happening right now. There's going to be a ton, right? And shipbuilding standalone by itself, right? I think we're going to be at a level where the sovereign wealth fund potentially, right? Like equipment financing out the wazoo, like it will be pretty interesting to kind of like watch and see what happens here. Very, very excited to see.
What can you tell us about what to expect at this year's Reindustrialize? Are tickets on sale yet? Where can people go to sign up? Is it invite only? How is the conference coming together? Any speakers you can tease?
Yeah. So we did actually, bring out a little list the other day of our top invites, and you can check that out on the Reindustrialize account, which is Reind Summit on X. But basically the way we're doing this right now is that it's mostly invite only. We're balancing, a very interesting community here in terms of like bringing the stakeholders together, decision makers, but also all the people that are very enthusiastic about reindustrialization and bringing manufacturing back. So
get in Aaron's DMs. That's what I'm hearing. Start yapping. That's great.
Yeah.
And big development since the last Reindustrialize. I've seen the iOS autocorrect keyboard stops correcting Reindustrialize to deindustrialize. Total cultural victory.
Let's go.
For the Reindustrialize crew. We love it.
I think that's subtle signaling from Tim that we're bringing the iPhone back to America.
Yeah. Okay.
Any advice, Aaron, for Tyler?
I was about to ask. Yeah. What's the advice for our intern who's assembling the iPhone in America for the first time? What tools does he need? What are the key steps to really reshore manufacturing? Tyler, I'm seeing lots of pieces that didn't go in that phone.
Yeah, take it apart.
I'm not done yet.
Take it apart. Put it back together.
Oh, he's not done yet. Okay.
Yeah.
Aaron, what does it take to reshore the iPhone?
Does he? I mean, are we going to give him a gong ring for this? Because I mean, it's a lot of grit,
We're
right?
watching history. So cultural shift is what I'm hearing.
Yes, I mean, massive cultural shift, which is underlined by a lot of other factors too. So
Okay.
I think that infusing and transforming the industrial base through technology gives a lot of incentive for people to jump back in and join.
Mm-hmm.
We're not trying to go back to the 50s here. So
Mm-hmm.
I really do think that that's part of the cultural movement, right? To like bring the stuff kicking and screaming out of World War II era or the 80s or however you really want to think about it into the 21st century. And it's not going to be easy, right? Like listening to Patrick talk about that stuff it's mind bending, honestly. Like how how much one company can actually do, right, at
Oh
scale.
yeah.
So
Yeah. What are you thinking about kind of the first steps to biggest reindustrialization? Like, what is the rate limiting like in the supply chain right now? We've heard about mining and Dirac's working on work instructions, and Hadrian and you are working on different pieces of whether it's CNC or injection. There's a whole bunch of different pieces of like this the subtle supply chain. I talked to one person who was working on bringing a team internationally to build brushless motors for drones, for small drones. And they were like, oh yeah, I'm excited to get to America, set up shop here. I'd love to just set up my company in the brushless motor district in America. Wherever the brushless motor district is, I'll just set up my business there. So then if I need a certain part, I'll just walk across the street to another company. And the guy had to explain like, no, we don't even have a district. We don't even have a company. We have nothing. So yeah, what are you most excited about? What's perhaps underrated right now in terms of the supply chain?
so it's a really good question because this is kind of like, can we pull the Uno Reverso card
Mm-hmm.
on, China or whatever other supply chains and bring some of the stuff back, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
what does that actually require? And it's more than just, the raw materials, the machines. It's the way that I think about this stuff, it's like trade skill, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like these are very, very precious pools of skill
Mm-hmm.
that when you give them away, right, it empowers somebody else to scale them somewhere.
Yeah.
And if you've got hundreds of millions of people to do that, that's it's pretty challenging, you know. We don't necessarily need to outdo them. We
Mm-hmm.
just have to be right, like in the arena still.
Yep.
Because one of the things that they want is to deindustrialize everybody else, right?
Yep.
So we just can't let that happen. And that's okay, right? Like we have to be able to fight back on a fundamental level by preserving, replicating, and like scaling this very precious like trade skill. And if that has to be done through AI and automation, right? Like to compress the stuff that people really shouldn't be doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like these dirty, dark, dangerous types of jobs. We don't really necessarily need to go back to that, but yeah, there's a lot, right? Like
Yeah.
underlying this problem. And I think a lot of people have a challenging time separating the fact that like do we actually need to be focused on making t-shirts and toasters in America, but like not necessarily, but the feeder industries that you need to do
Yep.
all that stuff, grant you the ability to do all these other things, right?
Yeah, yeah. I have this
So
line about like maybe we need to make Happy Meal toys in America in order to earn the right to make iPhones in America too. Like the supply chain is so interlinked that even these kind of like these silly toys that seem so easy to offshore, maybe we need to bring those back too. Anyway, it's been fantastic having you. I'm sure we'll learn a lot more at Reindustrialize. Where can people go to learn more? What's the website?
reindustrialize.com.
There we go. That's a great domain.
Let's give it up
name.
for a great domain.
Thank you, Aaron. Thanks for hopping on the show. We will talk to you soon. Have a great rest
And
of your day.
we're excited
Thanks,
to cover it. Thanks, Aaron.
Before
Cheers.
we bring in our next guest, let me tell you about public.com, investing for those who take it seriously. They got
we hope
multi-asset
you take it
investing,
seriously.
industry-leading yields, and they're trusted by millions, folks. Our next guest is from Solugen. And we will-
Solugen is Solugen?
Oh, we'll ask him. Welcome to the show. How are you doing? Would you mind introducing yourself first so we can get the pronunciation correct so we don't mess it up? We hate messing up pronunciations on this show. How are you doing?
Good. It's Solugen.
Solugen. Okay.
Yeah, you want to know how we got it? It's a
Yeah, please.
It's a stupid name. Hydrogen peroxide, soluble hydrogen peroxide generators.
There we go.
It rolls off the tongue.
You know, the
Solugen.
the portmanteau era in Silicon Valley, deeply underrated. There was a time when everyone had a portmanteau name. Then we went to the LY name. You could have been Solugen Lee.
Cluely's
bringing it back. You had Bitly and all these different names.
I think there was a .sy, like Syrian domain name for a while.
Oh yeah, that was a big one. A lot of it was driven by like what country is open to selling their TLD. So
Notion, Notion
the war-torn countries.
Yeah.
Notion inspired the .so domain.
Yep, that was a big movement.
Somalia.
And then I remember .tv was Tuvalu, which is a tiny island nation of like 5,000 people. I might be getting that wrong, but I'm pretty sure at one point they were making like half of their GDP off of selling .tv domain names. Anyway.
So .ai domains represent 20% of the government's total revenue for Anguilla.
Anguilla, wow. There you go. That's fascinating. Anyway, we're not here to talk domains. We're here to talk industrialization, making massive things, chemicals. Can you give us a brief overview of the company and the shape of your business? And then I have a bunch of questions about how you actually like build this stuff.
Absolutely. So Solugen, pronounced Solugen. We got started in 2017, spun out of MIT, and then went through Y Combinator, raised a significant amount of capital to basically decentralize chemicals production. If you look at chemicals production today, it's like these massive facilities. I grew up in Houston. My backyard was effectively a refinery. These are the size of islands. Like Galveston is an island. It's largely a refinery. What we said was like, what if we can marry my background and my co-founder's background, Sean, to basically make a better process? And we did. We invented basically, I guess you can call it the world's smallest chemical factories, is how we think about it. And the whole point of that is that instead of having these massive centralized facilities, you've got decentralized production where you can put these facilities anywhere in the world and actually have your product be closer to the chemical. We started the business with hydrogen peroxide, very dangerous to ship hydrogen peroxide. So the whole premise of the company and the name, as we discussed, is basically creating peroxide on demand near the end customer. We've since expanded quite a bit out of not just peroxide, but added multiple chemicals into our portfolio. So yeah, that's kind of the background.
Well, I mean, I'm familiar with using hydrogen peroxide. If I get a little cut on my hand, like I imagine that's not the vast majority of customers you're selling to.
No, it's a good question because when we started, everyone was like, "You mean like the little brown bottles on the shelves?" We're like, yes, and there's a huge market for peroxide for water treatment. So it's a really good antimicrobial, so it kills bacteria, but also for rockets. So like if you look at like rocket propellant, a lot of it can contain high concentration peroxide. It's called HTP peroxide. That basically gives you pretty good thrust. It's like liquid oxygen, but more powerful. And then the other applications are like in paper and pulp and all the things that no one talks about. It's like this invisible multi-billion-dollar industry that we went after.
Wow. I mean, you said the plants are smaller, like not an entire island, but I imagine that it's not something I can put on my desk. How big are we talking?
Unfortunately, your intern cannot make one of these at his standing desk like the iPhone.
Not yet.
I don't know. Look at him. This guy, Tyler, can do anything.
Built the first American iPhone.
I think he's doing
well.
He's making the first USA-made iPhone.
He's doing well. He had to take it back apart to put the battery in. Oh, the battery's going in now. It's looking good. The battery's in. He's doing great. So how big are these plants?
So it's like 10,000 square feet. So basically the size of like a small warehouse, you could say.
Great.
Yeah, so that's the idea.
Got it. And then walk me through the chemical supply chain in America. Are there? I mean, we hear a ton about we don't have enough tool and die makers in America. If we're talking about Apple, we don't have enough rare earth mineral extraction. There's this deja vu. Anytime you find out about a new thing in the supply chain, it's always bad news, and America's not leading in it. Maybe give me the bad news, and then we can end with some good news.
I'm not going to shock you guys here. 80% of chemicals that we consume in the U.S. come from China or a different country.
Sorry,
they're not booing you. They're just patriots.
They're just patriots.
You know, it makes sense though because it's the cheapest cost of capital and the cheapest cost of labor out there. So what we're saying is we want to go after chemicals that give the United States an edge that China can't make easily, that are difficult to ship from other countries beyond China, and that the United States is uniquely capable because of the technology we're developing to produce. So if you look at the supply chain today, it's a producer, basically a giant chemical factory, makes the chemical, concentrates it into a dangerous mix of something that can fit into a tanker truck. That then goes to a middleman, who then sells that to another middleman, and then to another middleman. There's about 5 middlemen in this chain. They're called distributors, who then sell that to the end user. What we've done at Solugen is said, hey, like, what if we kind of collapse this whole middleman chain and put one of these units near our sites? I'm pointing to my plant. We have a plant behind me right now. That plant, our biggest customer, is 10 minutes down the road. They take most of the volume of the plant, and basically that's the premise of what we're trying to go after. And the business,
I mean, talk to me about the early go-to-sales motion, because like selling chemicals does not feel like, oh yeah, you're a YC company, you're just going to sell to the other companies in your batch. Like,
we sold a lot to Rippling, actually. No, I'm kidding.
We'll buy $1 million of your CRM. You buy $1 million of hydrogen peroxide.
We both have $1 million in ARR.
Exactly.
You're really breaking the YC narrative. I mean, now YC obviously does a lot more hard
they
tech
do a lot of cool stuff.
But you were early to that party for sure.
We were early to that party, and the way we went to market, it's kind of a bizarre story. So we started in what was called float spas. Have you guys heard of these? These are like these isolation tanks that are like 25 weight % salt, and you float in it, and you're completely isolated from the world. Turns out they use a lot of peroxide to clean that water.
Oh, that makes sense.
But when we started, we weren't at scale, so we couldn't make industrial quantities of product. We can make small artisanal batches of peroxide is how I kind of pitched it. But then if you look at these float spas, they're not using that much, but they were paying a lot per gallon for this product. So we just said, okay, let's just go a little bit cheaper than what everyone else is doing and sell it to the float spas. We got 80% of the market share within 2 years.
Congratulations.
Not a big market, but we were able to kind of like dominate it.
That's a YC. That's a YC thing.
That's great. Yeah,
that's a YC. That's a founders fund thing. You know, that's our kind of entree into that world. And then from there, once we had that win, we of course went to consumer products. We actually launched a brand, which like not many people know the story. We actually launched a brand called Ode to Clean. So basically, we said, okay, we did this whole float spa thing. We sold off. Basically, we had a partner that we just got a contract with and sold them the volume. Then we said, what's the next highest leverage point we can get as we scale the technology? And it was wipes, because everybody wipes. And so if you have these wipes that have just a little bit of peroxide in it, you have a pretty high dollar per gallon of peroxide. So we launched this brand, a cleaning wipes brand called Ode to Clean, that got bought out by the nation's biggest wipes manufacturer. And we got a supply contract out of that, and that really kicked off our B2B sales motion.
That's amazing. Now, get me up to speed on the fundraising side. I'm interested to know you raised all the capital, but the use of capital has to be different because there's CapEx in the business, there's R&D, but talk to me about the mix of venture and debt and how you think about deploying capital, not getting over your skis because you're raising big rounds, probably ahead of huge profits. How are you underwriting these investments as they happen?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think fundamentally we look at this metric called return on invested capital, or ROIC. That is like our North Star, where any asset that we go after has to pass an ROIC filter. And so we only go after the top 2 ROIC assets at any given time at Solugen. So fundamentally where we are today, we've raised about 700 in growth and venture capital.
It's fantastic.
And then we got a Department of Energy loan program offer for $214 million at 6%, but that program is in this administration a little bit challenged just because it's a Biden era thing. No big deal. We're going to private banks for the debt side of it. Now that we've proven out commercial scale, we can basically show that this is the unit economics on one of these assets. This is how big it can get. Let's go after multiple ones.
I've talked to a couple of hard tech investors or industrial founders, hard tech founders, where when they have to build something, there's a whole bunch of different structures. Like, do they want to own the land? Do they even want to own the building that they're building, or do they want to set up a different LLC for that and raise different investors for that? Have you gotten into that game?
Yeah,
do you see that's coming down the pipe?
Like a lot of people say, if you're doing project financing, you should put it into a project financing entity.
Yep.
What we fundamentally believe is like we can move a lot faster if there's no one else kind of involved at the table that's going to dictate how fast we can move.
Got it.
Traditionally, like I would even say, like even the LPO, they wanted us to work with like this white shoe engineering firm that would have taken 3 years to build our factory when we did ours in 11 months. So we said we don't really want to work with those folks. We're going to do it ourselves, and so that's why we own everything outright. Got it.
Talk to me about automation and just getting more value out of the capital assets that you're deploying. Humanoids are in the news. That seems pretty far off, but what else is valuable to you right now in terms of are there things that you can design to make the plants more efficient?
I wish I could sit here and tell you like the automation piece is going to be big for us. It's not, guys. I'm like, not for what we're doing. The fundamentals of chemicals is all about yield. And yield comes down to chemistry. So if you look at a traditional petrochemical process, the yield is about 60%, which means 40% of your initial carbon is either a waste product or has to go into the environment as CO2. What we're saying is let's actually engineer that first before we try to optimize or automate anything, because that's the true bottleneck for the cycle time of these products. So that's where we're focusing on the yield side. I will say there are opportunities for automation that are popping up that are exciting. That's on the defense work that we're doing. That is going to be quite important because we are making products that will go boom. And it's important to have a lot of automation and control around that.
I imagine that's more. I mean, I'd love to hear more about that to the extent that you can talk about it, but also in terms of any of the advances on technology in terms of understanding chemistry. We've seen AlphaFold, and there's amazing things that you can do when you have a lot of data. Is that something that's coming down the pipe, or is that just not really?
So we actually just released a paper that got published last week called our algorithm's called Badass. So basically what it does is it basically figures out a sequence for an enzyme. So we use enzymes as catalysts. It figures out a sequence that's most likely to have the function that you're going after. And that paper showed 75% predictability based on the sequence itself. That in itself is important, but what's more important is really the reactor design itself, how we think about how the chemicals are interacting. It's truly an engineering problem versus a science fair problem, I'd say.
Jordy, anything else?
If you're successful, is there a specific vintage car that you would develop? If you know Eneos, the Eneos Grenadier.
Oh yeah, another industrial
Eneos, fourth largest chemical manufacturer. They've redesigned and rebuilt the Land Rover Defender.
The Land Rover Defender.
Is there a car you would look to?
A Camry or a Subaru? That's how we started.
That's great.
We're rebuilding a 2005 Camry. It was the perfect car.
It was the perfect car. That's amazing. Thank you so much for hopping on.
Awesome.
This is great.
Thanks for jumping on. Cheers.
Really quickly, let me tell you about AdQuick. AdQuick.com, out-of-home advertising made easy and measurable. Say goodbye to the headaches of out-of-home advertising. Only AdQuick combines technology, out-of-home expertise, and data to enable efficient seamless ad buying across the globe.
If you're an AI company, go spend $100 million with AdQuick right now.
Right now.
I think that's the best thing you could do to differentiate yourself.
Yep.
Anthropic, if you want to break through the noise, get some consumer downloads on Claude, billboards. Every billboard.
Every billboard. Buy them
Not
all.
just a few.
You have
Every
the capital.
billboard.
Let's do it.
You have the capital, deploy it.
Well,
get aggressive.
Speaking of capital, we have venture capitalist Sean Liu from Founders Fund in the studio. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing, Sean?
Doing well.
Let's give it up.
I'm great. Good to see you. We just talked to Gaurav from Solugen. Is it Solugen? I keep messing it up. Solugen.
Yes.
I want to hear your side of the story. How did you initially wind up working there? What did you learn? And then we'll go into some of your venture career.
So I'll start with how I ended up there. It was a reference from Knapp and
cool.
Brian Singer. I'm kind of like a crazy tech guy that likes capital expenditures. Any company that has tech risk,
Let's give
capital
it up with
expenditures, bring it on.
crazy
The more
capital
dollars, the
expenditures.
better, right?
I love
And
it.
you know, I was thinking about getting my hands dirty with something early, something fun, and
Yeah.
you know, Solid came up, met the guys, loved the vision, loved the team, and it was a hard job. We were small in the middle of COVID and needs help.
Yeah.
And I feel like CFO, COO was one of those underappreciated roles. So I took a chance on myself and the company, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Second question, what did I learn? I think probably it's all management theory is bullshit. Any book you read is complete bullshit. You go in and it's you kind of you learn on the job, and you know, just whatever those advice they give you is all fake news. So
Yeah, I mean, what's an example of that? What was the first moment where you were like, oh, this completely, I got to throw out the playbook on this one?
you know, I think there's this whole thing about you got to be nice to your employees. It's just like, hey, the HR gurus and the team is gonna tell you, you know, you can't work your employees after 5 p.m. You're just like, look, we're a fucking startup. Let's go, right? Like you work on Saturdays, you run night shifts. There's something called a DuPont schedule for a reason. You run 24/7, and
Yep.
you know, factories don't go down just because you need to take a break. So, yeah, and I think it's just setting those like cultural guidelines, and you know,
Yeah.
sometimes when you hire people, you hear like people say, hey, you know, you got to define your culture as, you know, where we have all these missions and values, which is true. And at the end of the day, for a startup, do you have the IQ, the grit, and the grind to suffer through a marathon? That's a startup. So
Yeah.
it's almost like a different profile.
How much of the work at that time was focused on fundraising and kind of educating venture capitalists about underwriting what is kind of a first of its kind company to really go through the Silicon Valley pipeline versus kind of the operational role of the CFO, COO actually deploying the capital?
I would say I mean, it's both. You're
Yeah.
firefighting every day, every
Yeah.
minute. I remember when we joined, there was no one in the company to do finance, and we had a really bad head of FP&A. I fired him after 2 weeks, so I went to count inventory myself.
Count
And
inventory.
you know, yeah, you know, we're not a SaaS company. You got to count inventory. You got to know
So that's like
bags
barrels.
goes to your warehouse. So it's
Yeah.
it's important. You got to know what every piece of the equipment costs. And
Okay.
on the flip side of that, yes, there is a huge and you know, capital makes a difference, right? Cost of capital. We haven't had a new chemical startup that scaled in
Yeah.
you know, more than 30, 40 years. There's a reason for that. Partially it's because there's a tech barrier where R&D is centralized amongst these petro giants, and they don't really want to release IP. And the second piece of this is cost of capital for startups is so high. You build a factory, probably costs you, you know, 300 million bucks on the low end. We have a revolutionary technology. You still got to bridge through the valley of death, and you know, for hard tech, capital intensive business, you have more of them than you typically see in SaaS. So educating them on how to think about risk, and them, I mean, venture capitalists, how to think about risk. At what point should you see inflection in value, and what does that actually translate into? Is you know, I would say is the other half of the battle.
Yeah. On the IP side, are you like, were you watching for patents to expire and then implement them immediately? Are there other ways around these problems? Like what was the IP landscape at the time? Are there still like trade secrets that are just important that you could just focus on, maybe reverse engineering or finding a different pathway? Like what was that like at the company at the time?
I mean, I think, you know, it's really interesting, right? Like, I think patents only get you so far. That's why, you know, if we have faith in patents, China wouldn't be where it is.
Sure. Yeah.
But I think the key is what I would say. If we take a big step back, a lot of the formulation know-how still sits with the petro giants. They have a lock-in, and they have a lot of resources to continue to be patent trolls. I remember one of the, you know, probably 2 months on the job, we, you know, right about when we were about to close the round, one of our competitors sent a cease and desist to us that was like, oh, you stole our formulation, and it's like tiny little variants, and some saying it was complete bullshit, and they can still sue you out of oblivion, right? But I think we've kind of learned over time to, in some ways, you do have to fight some of the battles similar to what they do. You file all these umbrella patents as general as possible to protect your core IP. And on the other side, you kind of have a lot of trade secret that's very difficult to duplicate. But at the core, because how different Solugen's approach is to thinking about chemistry and how to scale this, right? It's a generalized enzymatic based platform that it makes that side of it much easier for us to navigate.
Talk about the transition to Founders Fund. How'd you wind up there? And then I want to go into some of the deals that you've underwritten and how you think about some of what's going on in the hard tech landscape broadly.
Yeah, it was similarly. I was my family is in the Bay Area. Want to start a family, and I was thinking about what are the places where I get to work with the smartest people, building, investing in the craziest things, and still be able to help Solugen and Founders on transparently was the only choice. I couldn't see myself working in any other VC firm. I don't think I'd fit very well in any other VC firm, and I'm very grateful that the guys took me under their umbrella.
So obviously, you've looked at a lot of hard tech companies. At the same time, valuations feel very high. Like, walk me through how you're actually underwriting a growth deal in a somewhat capital-intensive business. How is it different than looking at a software company? What are like the major pitfalls or landmines that you need to be looking at when you're building a investment thesis? And is there anything that's kind of like underrated that most companies or VCs might be missing when they're underwriting these hard tech companies in this like kind of new era?
Yeah, man, it's a broad question you asked, and I think it's a hard one to answer because within hard tech and capital intensity, those are two different things, right?
Sure.
Last year, Nap and me and I did a deal in Crusoe, and it's more asset intensive. There's technology involved, but the way we think about something like a Crusoe, which is more of an energy thesis and long-term bet on, the infrastructure shifts that's happening in the U.S., the energy gaps that we see. Is quite different than what you typically see in something like a Neuralink or SpaceX, right? Where if we take a step back, if you think about what is the technical risk you face, and the first question we always ask is, do we need to invent science? And if you do, then that's a very different question. And very transparently, Founders Fund is in the business of backing revolutionary technologies and companies, right? The and part is important. So how does this science translate into a company is sometimes missing in those discussions. You see really brilliant technologists building these cool tech, and you realize that if you believe you need 5, 6, 7 new fields of science to all come together and have that to be true, then we are probably not the right place to be, right? And then as you kind of progress towards the true like growth stage, are we thinking about scale up risk? If so, what are we dealing with? Is it like no unknowns or unknown unknowns, and what are the different ways of thinking about that? Sometimes when you look at, let's say, a new generation technology, a lot of the questions we say, look, the science is proven. We don't need to invent science. Let's look at what does it take for this to materialize in such a way that we as investors transparently can actually generate a return that makes sense in a time frame that makes sense, right? And a lot of that hinges on, do you have the supply chain ready? The upstream fuel sources, turbine generators, and everything else that's associated with building something like a new generation technology. Do you believe that if you figure this shit out, can the rest of the supply chain also figure this out with you? And a lot of the time the answer is no. And that makes it that much harder. And the last thing is, I do feel like in most hard tech spaces, founders have a tendency to oversell the technology, and they have a deep founded belief that the moment the technology is mature, people will come, and that is not true. Right. And I think a lot of the questions I think Trey, Peter, Knapp, and others ask on the team is, right, like, how are you going to sell this thing? Just because you make it doesn't mean people want to buy it. And I think some of the best investments we made are, in hard tech, are the technology companies that doesn't need to invent science. They're making incremental improvements to scale. They understand the bottlenecks of the supply chain, have a realistic plan to deal with the bottlenecks they see. And then lastly, the market is already there, right? If you think about SpaceX launch as a market, yes, it's expanded, but they have a really strong anchor to kind of take market share very quickly. So that commercial mindedness on day one is super important.
Yeah, it's the same thing with Starlink, where people are already buying internet and then they just switch their provider or add on a secondary provider. Jordy, do you have a question?
Do you see hard tech as a category becoming something that goes the way of maybe the creator economy was in 2020, where a lot of, maybe there's opportunities, but a lot of investors get so burned that it becomes kind of this flash moment in time or is it something that you see the average venture capitalist continuing to invest in consistently over the next 10 years?
How skewed is the power law? Because I mean, if you look at the history of like dev tools or like databases, it feels like there's like 10 companies that produce venture returns in most of those categories, because a bunch of them got out in IPO, much of them hit multi-billion valuations.
Yeah.
It felt less
well, I think
winner
like there was a point in time where people were saying, I'm going to start investing a lot of money in software as a service.
Totally.
And then those people, if they were decent investors 10 years later, they still said, I'm going to be, I'm still a software as a service investor.
Yep.
The question I have is, like, every VC over the last 2 years decided I'm also a hard tech investor, and I rationalizing it by saying you don't need to be technical to invest in hard tech, and there's definitely evidence that can be true. But I'm curious if you think the average venture capitalist, even 3-4 years from now, will still be deploying into broadly hard tech.
History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. I feel like people don't learn and will continue to do that. I think, what's interesting is we probably see a more, I would say hard tech as a category is a misnomer. I think you'll see more finely parsed views of hard tech. Are you symbio? Are you, biotech pharma? Are you biotech infra, right? Like, I think that we shouldn't look at hard tech as a category in its totality, right? I think defense tech historically was grouped in as hard tech. If you look at this, 10 years ago, right? Android was hard tech. Today, it's its own category.
Sure.
And I do feel like people will continue to invest, right? Like the nature of technology is hard tech, very transparent. All new technology that emerges is hard tech, so you'll continue to see that. But the moment that you create one power law company, you see, the whole host of siblings and children come out, and then it becomes its own category and people invest in it. You'll continue to see this, cycle of life and death. Symbio was super hot in 2020, 2021, and I feel like that's now a taboo term. But at the same time, you feel like there's tremendous amount of progress in technology. And I feel like a lot of the company we meet on the AI for science side is pretty much, I would say, the next generation from a fundamental tech perspective, addressing what biology can do, right? You see a lot of funding going into it. But to reframe your question another way, how do you see hard tech generating returns for venture capitalists? I think hard tech, more so than software, is de facto power law, right? There's one SpaceX. That's 99% of the market. I mean, space is not a market. Space in many ways is SpaceX. There's a lot of different derivatives that opened up. Android today captures most of the mind share for defense, and you see that in other parts of the hard tech ecosystem. There's very few pharma companies, and they're massive in comparison. And I think the reason why I think this is more defensible than software is because you do have huge amount of capital advantage, and cost of capital is a huge advantage here. When you're Dow DuPont, you have hundreds of billions of dollars of capex on the ground. The marginal cost to produce is so low that it's very, very hard for an incumbent to come in and displace you. And that's why we feel like there's fewer power law companies here, but if you bet on the right ones and double down on the right ones, you can create massive venture return.
Do you have a take or like a post-mortem on what happened when venture capitalists went really big into clean tech? I think this was like the late 2000s, early 2010s. My kind of naive take on it was that it was well-intentioned based on environmental concerns in many ways, but the category definition was too narrow, and so they didn't include Tesla as a clean tech company. Tesla, obviously, if you had included it in the clean tech bucket, would have been the power law winner and driven massive venture returns, but instead Tesla was seen as a car company, and as a result wound up not being included in that, and so all the clean tech funds underperform just the general software funds. In terms of category definition and just post-mortem on the clean tech investment thesis that we went through a decade ago, what's your takeaway from that era?
Gaurav had this really good saying where he was like, if you're one step too early or a genius, 2 steps too early or a martyr. And I feel like clean tech 1.0 was the martyr category. It's kind of like building Dropbox in the 1990s. You didn't have enough bandwidth wasn't high enough, internet wasn't quite a thing. And in clean tech 1.0, the industrial base is not quite there, right? Polysilicon processing capabilities was not there, and the utilities had the utilities ability to manage non-firm systems ability is also not there. So there's a whole host of factors that kind of made the cost structure was not competitive. Manufacturing scale up was not there. You need to invent new science to make this work. And you also need to then do sales and marketing to convince consumers as this actually made sense, right? And you're also coupling that with selling to utilities, which has capped ROIs. So fundamentally, a bad customers was bad setup all around. And Kugan, to your point, like I think the pitch of a narrower definition of which is purely focused on generation technology is also, I think, misplaced. Right, Tesla is not a generation technology;
Sure.
it is a car. You group it with car technology that shifts it. And I think if you think about nuclear today, it is clean technology. I mean, yes, we're rebranding it, but nuclear is the cleanest of all technologies, right? So I think there's this whole wave of how do we think about creating and broadening that definition so that you see where the clearest commercial pull is coming from is probably more important than the definition of what the technology is or is not. On the flip side of that too, I think the last generation was highly dependent on government subsidy. Then if you look at the underwriting, whether it's from the DOE or others, like all of them assume certain level of government subsidy that lasted for decades on end, and that just was not going to work. And I think that's important to as we think about investing in hard tech and a lot of these new technologies, when does the subsidy go away? At what point are you competitive?
Yeah, that reminds me of the story of Solyndra, heavily like a picked winner by the government, and it feels like the Solyndra example in 0 to 1 at least is kind of like, I don't know, I call it like a spreadsheet error. It's like they'd built their spreadsheet for the economics of that business and they just missed one variable. And it feels like in hard tech, there's a number of companies that are in that category today where it sounds really good in a pitch deck, but once you actually run the economics, if there's one number that's off by some small factor, you wind up with completely upside down economics. And so in terms of underwriting hard tech companies, like how important is it to go through the long-term economics? Do you need to bring in like experts or run like the first principles analyses on these companies? I'm just seeing a lot of companies that are like, we're going to do this on the moon or this in space. And I'm just like, oh, if launch costs don't fall by 10x, like you've assumed, you're completely upside down. That seems like an important part of underwriting, or is that usually less of a factor because you're focused on the growth stage?
It's still very important, right? Like I think when we think about that, the question we always debate at Founders on is how many like need to believes do you have to make the thesis work?
Yep.
And if you need to believe, if you believe A and B and C by the point like this codependency, you multiply them, you get 0, right? And I think of this very much as like a semiconductor manufacturing process, 7,000 steps. Each step has 0.1% yield loss. By the end of it, you get no chips out. So it's similar. Like, do you need to believe? To your point, let's take like some crazy thing like asteroid mining in Alpha Centauri. Do you believe you need to create like nuclear fusion engines, launch costs, robotics, and then you're like, maybe I just back all these companies and then wait for that to happen, right? So that is a very, very important thing. I think the more and statements there is, the worse it is, and very transparently, we don't like to make those bets, right? Like the cleanest companies are the ones with 1 or 2 of these, and very much you don't need to invent science with very little dependencies. When we look at General Matter, when you look at Solugen or others in our portfolio, you do see that Neuralink, even for that matter, you don't see that many and statements. A lot of those have been proven out, and what we need to understand is really like at what point, like what do you need to believe for that to scale? And I think to your point on like how do we do due diligence, I mean, yes, I think we do need to understand science. There is a 0-1 question, like do we take on binary risk and where does that exist? And then there is going back to Founders on roots, what's our read on the founder and how do we see them in tackling all the risks coming up?
Yeah, and the execution side. Well, thank you so much for joining. This was a fantastic conversation. We'd love to have you back. Enjoy the rest of your day, and thanks for breaking it down for us.
Love how candid.
Always fun.
Cheers. We'll talk to you soon.
Cheers.
See ya.
Bye. Let's check in on Tyler in the
Tyler,
intern cam.
he's got the glasses on.
Yeah.
You know that means he's towards
working.
final assembly.
I'm pretty locked in right now. Come back to me in maybe 15, 20 minutes. I'm almost done.
Okay, almost done.
He's cooking.
That's great.
He is cooking.
I think he has another maybe hour in the show. It looks like he's making progress. We'll check in with him at the next break. First, let me talk to you about 8 Sleep. Get the Pod 5 Ultra. How did you sleep last night, Jordy? Use code TBPN if you're going to get one. They're fantastic. 5-year warranty, 30-night risk-free trial, free returns, free shipping. I got a 91. How'd you do, Jordy?
I'm sick, so
excuses. Oh, John beats you one time, and all of a sudden the excuses come out. What'd you do? Give us the number.
Sorry, the Wi-Fi is not working.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway,
the number is horrid. 63.
Let's hear it for me.
That's maybe the worst.
I feel like I come out strong in the beginning of the week. I usually beat you Monday, Tuesday, but then you catch up and then you just go on a run. Anyway, get an 8 Sleep. Go to 8sleep.com/TBPN, and we will bring in our next guest, Garth from Panthalassa, building a very cool technology. I'll let him tell you about. How are you doing?
What's going on?
Hey guys, great to meet you.
Thanks
really
so much for hopping on
the show. Love the show.
I'm really excited to have you. I have heard about your company.
The background. What's going on here? Is that real?
Yeah, this is real. We're in Portland, right on the river.
Wow, that's beautiful.
It almost looks tropical with how the lighting looks.
Yeah, very cool. And you have the plant inside the window, so that adds to the ambiance. Looking great. Would you mind a quick introduction on you and the company, and then we'll go into it?
Yeah. So company's called Panthalassa. We're based in Portland. About 80 people. A lot of people out of places like SpaceX, Blue Origin, Virgin Orbit. It's a deep tech company. Love the conversation with Sean just now. Yeah. And the premise of the company is to go to the middle of the ocean and capture energy there very cheaply. So this was an idea that got started 9 years ago. I was at Bridgewater Associates doing investment stuff, but before that I had been doing energy stuff at MIT and working on a startup for energy. And my co-founder had been also looking at the ocean. And we were saying to ourselves, what if you could find an untapped energy source on the planet, bigger than many of the ones that people have been going for, and maybe more scalable, maybe lower cost of capture. So the one that really stuck out to us was the open ocean, far from shore, where there is wind all the time, and the wind makes the waves. And so you can be out there capturing, hypothetically, what we thought back then was at a very low cost, and then you would use the energy right on site for things. And so this was sort of an era before Crusoe, but maybe a similar idea that you go to where the energy is, and we thought that this was really the best place to go, the middle of the ocean. And so of course, you need to develop a tech stack for that, but there's lots of interesting properties there that you can talk about. And what we thought was that maybe you could build a really simple system. Like, a lot of the stuff that's been done in ocean energy before was like pretty complicated and pretty expensive. So we thought that if you could develop a really simple system, then you'd start to get a lot of those properties.
I'm hearing simple and 9 years. It sounds like those are some famous last words. You've been grinding on this for a long time, but it sounds like there's actually breakthroughs. I saw some photos. You've actually built one of these things. Can you explain how big it is, how much energy it captures, what you're deploying, what the rollout schedule is? Because it's been a lot of work to get here to where you are today, and I want to hear about where we are before we go into where you're going.
Yeah, I actually think that length of time is a really important part of any company that's trying to do deep tech.
Totally.
You want to stay small and under the radar while you're sorting everything out, right? Sure. I think that a mistake that a lot of companies make is that they go to market with their first idea or their second idea. And so if you can arrange things so that you can throw things out a lot before you settle on a path, because the fact is you are going to get it wrong. You're going to need to iterate. And particularly when you're trying to do something where the cost is the key consideration, or if space, maybe it's weight, you want to give yourself that time. So when I look back on the first 4 years of that, which was really the heavy R&D time, I'm extremely glad that we took that time to hone the technology and get it exactly right. And so by the time we got to year 5 and 6, when we were deploying ocean systems, we were right on the money in terms of power. You know, we were hitting all of our simulations right away. And it comes from the simplicity of the system, where what we decided was that you want a system that is no moving parts at all, except for one small water turbine. So these systems, we call them nodes, they're about 10 up to 20 meters across at the top, and they go down into the water column about 80 meters, maybe 100 meters for full-scale ones. So big systems, but pretty small in the scale of things like shipbuilding. So this is sort of the shape of one of them here. It's you know, and it sits in the water like this, and it goes up and down with the waves, and all of the dynamics are coming from the inertia of water within that system. And as the system goes up and down, it pumps the water into a reservoir, just like a hydroelectric dam. And then from there, it drives a water turbine. So it's a really simple method of operation. And once you have that, you can simulate it effectively, and it's really easy to mass produce as well. So
yeah, you keep saying you keep saying simple, and I'm looking at your website, and it's like the most complicated thing I've ever seen. But I mean, it speaks to your background and how ambitious this project is. But I keep thinking you're really underselling.
This is simple stuff, John.
Yeah, it's simple.
Get with
it. Just weld and build this massive thing, and there's all this wiring, and we're pulling up your website right now, and it's fantastic. I mean, congratulations, it's amazing. I want to know more about the applications. How much energy are we generating with one of these? And then I want to go into some of the applications, because it feels like you could not have possibly predicted the reinforcement learning revolution that's happening right now. The ability to do distributed AI training, and where, like, it is the perfect time for this thing. And maybe you just made your own luck, but I want to know about the evolution of the application, the stranded energy thesis, and kind of the scale of what we're thinking about doing here.
Yeah, great. So each one of these systems makes anywhere from 200 kilowatts to a megawatt. Mm-hmm. So you can build anywhere in that scale.
Got it.
And you know, when we got going, it was interesting because, you know, obviously we were jettisoning the cables back to shore and the moorings and all of that stuff. And we said to ourselves that, you know, this was back in 2017 or so. What are the applications for which this can be very effective? And we decided on two platforms. One is computing, and that's the primary and first platform. And then the other is making synthetic fuels and getting the fuels back to shore. But if you look at our patents and everything back from 2017, 2018, you know, we have a whole bunch of them on computing. And, you know, back then we were thinking about AI. You know, often in the patents, we would call things brain simulation. So we had AI, brain simulation, crypto.
Sure, probably Bitcoin at a certain point. Crusoe was doing the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I had been at Bridgewater. I'd been doing AI stuff with Dave Ferrucci there. You could see even at that time where this was going. You could see it in the exponential growth of energy. You could see it in the growing power of the models even then. You know, this is when AlphaGo was happening. So, you know, you could sort of put two and two together. And what we believe, of course, is that, you know, this is going to 100 gigawatt scale, terawatt scale, and there's not that many options on the planet for making that go really fast, at least if you're not doing something like coal in China. So we are positioning ourselves to be an option that can scale really rapidly, much more rapidly than terrestrial infrastructure. And that's really the whole play. We want it to be, you know, more sustainable, more affordable. It's much cheaper. And be able to scale to much larger levels even than most terrestrial infrastructure could.
Wow. Got it. So you said up to 1 megawatt, is that right?
Yeah, yes. The nominal system might be 400 kilowatts, but you can go larger than that.
So like how big of a, are you thinking, like it's basically a data center inside? Like you could put a whole bunch of H200s, maybe get up to like a few thousand, maybe? Is that roughly correct?
Yeah, exactly. Like a few hundred up to 1,000 GPU equivalents.
And there's enough room in that device to actually run. Yeah, I mean that's amazing. So what are you tracking in the reinforcement learning training market? Is that important because you're at this point where you're actually going to market? And will it even, like, are there specific decisions that you need to make on the equipment that you load onto these machines, or are you trying to serve the GPU capacity or data center capacity at like a higher level of abstraction?
Exactly. So those are those are the sort of questions about the go-to-market. But as you identified, there's the massive push towards test time compute, just tons of long-running inference, agentic workflows all the time, combined with we think it's going to be mostly RL on the training side, and I mean, I'm sure you had people on last week and you saw the semi-analysis thing drop.
It was great
yesterday. But yeah, I mean, you could sort of put it together even when you had AlphaGo back in the day, of like you put together LLMs with reinforcement learning, you get very powerful models. So the future is largely about who can deploy the most RL. And then once people really start to use this, we think it's going to move to all kinds of applications beyond text. This has to move to engineering, it has to move to medicine, and you're going to want to have agents working together around the clock. So you have long-running inference, and basically what this all comes down to is you want the cheapest throughput for tokens. And so what we're targeting is that long tail of very massive horizontal scaling of distributed energy units, and that's what we think our platform can be.
How over time would somebody live on one of these systems? Would they visit it frequently?
I was going to ask the exact same question.
We had Dylan Patel on last week, and he said one of the challenges with putting data centers in space is that chips are unreliable. Sometimes you need to like plug, basically unplug a system, plug it back in.
It's the meme. It's the IT meme. Unplug and plug it back in.
Yeah, but basically, even with cheap energy, the IT work will still be necessary. So I'm wondering, is one person going to be responsible for a number of these systems, and they sort of visit them and make sure they're operating efficiently, or
there's probably other solutions to
and I can imagine you're building like some type of like gyroscopic tech to kind of keep the system stable when they're shifting up and down.
Maybe that doesn't even matter. I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm curious.
It's really important. So this is part of the tech. So you not only need a way to produce the power on board really simply and cheaply, you also need to be able to drive them around. So these are self-propelled systems, and they're self-propelled without things like propellers. So they create their own thrust just because of their shape. So we've done trials where we're driving these things in figure eights out there, and it's all happening just because of the shape of the system.
Wow.
And what that allows you to do is now this is sort of like SpaceX boosters coming back. You can deploy the systems relatively close to shore. They work their way out into the resource. They hang out for a period of time, capturing energy. And maybe it's 3 years, maybe it's 5 years. When it's time for a payload swap, they bring themselves back in, and then you swap the payload.
That's remarkable.
So you can configure that. Yeah, you can configure the payload swap time for whatever you need to get the numbers, for the mean time between failure on your payloads. And at the beginning, I'm sure we'll start with the most reliable stuff. And then as we get into worlds of inference ASICs and stuff like that are, more reliable than the GPUs, then we start deploying those as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Are there lessons that you're learning from like the Bitcoin ASIC era, like other kind of out of the box stranded energy projects? Crusoe was kind of widely known for I think it was gas peaker plants initially, but obviously those are very much terrestrial. You can just drive the ATV or the truck out to them to check on them. What have you seen or learned from the more creative energy solutions to the Bitcoin ASIC problem?
Well, I mean, I think the big theme, of course, is everyone shifting towards AI energy, just because the amount of demand that's coming is enormous. Bitcoin is always going to be there as a fallback for anyone who's got very cheap energy. Onboard our systems will have between 2 and 3 cents per kilowatt hour, probably less in the future. So that's always an option for us.
Sure.
But I think that as people look at this, it becomes clear that the model layer will become more commoditized. I think there's a lot of comparative advantage there for a long time. Chip layer too, but the fundamental bottleneck is going to be who can scale tens of gigawatts per year or even 50 gigawatts per year. That's a really hard thing to do in the West. Obviously, we've been doing net 0 gigawatts per year for a long time. So if we don't relax that constraint, then you get prices going up, and that becomes a major impediment to the build out.
I mean, so the device already is massive. If we're adding a gigawatt, you're talking about making 1,000 of these. Walk me through the actual manufacturing, how you scale that up to go from, kind of one exquisite system to making dozens of these every month to every day. Like the rollout needs to be intense. I'm sure there's a lot that you're learning from what's going on at SpaceX and how quickly they've made those massive Starship rockets. It always surprises me when there's a new one on the pad, because I watched it blow up just a few days ago and they have a new one ready. And it really speaks to their ability to manufacture something at scale, both in terms of speed and just the size. It's one thing when you see the Statue of Liberty. They built that once, but it's a different thing when you see a new Statue of Liberty come off the manufacturing line every single day. So what needs to change at your company in terms of process? What are the requirements to make big things fast and regularly?
Yeah. So this comes back to the design of the system. So the system is just this really simple steel shell. It's like entirely hollow inside.
Sure.
And it's made with mild steel. It's got this axisymmetric shape so that there's a central axis, and the whole system is built around that central axis. So that allows you to use equipment that lets you make these concentric shapes, put them together, weld them really simply. In a lot of ways, I mean, I keep saying simple, but in a lot of ways, it's actually simpler than a car.
Oh, interesting.
This just comes back to the design of it. But what we can go and do, because it's that way, is we can cost all of the CapEx that you need in a factory for these things. We know how many people will be involved. We know how much land it'll take up. And so even now we can say that, look, if we were to go and build a factory of a certain CapEx investment, let's say you built a factory at the scale of a gigafactory in terms of cost, how many gigawatts would that spit out? And for example, we know that if we built factories with the amount of CapEx that Tesla has put into gigafactories, we'd be spitting out 20 gigawatts a year of capacity. So the manufacturing story is really nice. These are still small enough to mass produce. It's not shipbuilding. And it's not people crawling all over them. It's things that you can, to a large extent, automate. So we're actually building our first pilot line here in the Pacific Northwest. Parts of it will be operational in January, and the whole thing should be operational later in the spring. And then once that's going, then we can really start to carbon copy that elsewhere.
Yeah.
It looks and feels so like it's out of a science fiction book.
It really does. It's extremely sci-fi. How do you actually make these shells? Like, Tesla has like the Giga Press or something like that that can form aluminum or stainless steel into a particular shape. Once you get so big, I don't even know. Is there a bigger machine that just kind of will stamp these things together? Do they have to be bent or rolled out of some sort of, is it a mold? I don't even know how it gets made.
Yeah. So if you're using mild steel, the key thing is to keep the surface's single curvature as much as possible. So you get to use just like plate rolls, and basically they're like big pasta rolls that make cylindrical shapes and then conical shapes. And that's just it's just some metal rolls, and you push the metal through and it comes out in the right shape. Then you can put that into your jig or put that into your what's called a growing line configuration that lets you align them, and then use an automated welding head to weld them. So luckily a lot of this stuff has been developed. It's pretty well understood. They use it for like wind turbine monopiles. They use it for other axisymmetric shapes like that. So we get to piggyback, sort of piggyback on a lot of the same
that
stuff.
makes sense. Yeah, it does kind of have the same shape as like one of those massive wind turbines. The huge windmills that you see. I mean, it's a fantastic project. It's so fascinating to be working in this industry. I'm sure tons of lessons learned and a lot more good stuff in the future. But thank you so much for stopping by. This is fantastic.
Yeah, our power demands are
immense.
pretty immense.
We're going to need to be doing a lot of reinforcement learning.
Expect us to fill out the form on the site to get one of these ASAP.
Yeah, awesome. Well, we'll come back on when we're kicking out those first nodes from this factory here.
I can't wait.
Love that.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks for joining, Garth. Have a great one.
You too.
We have our next guest coming in. It's a wild project.
Just the imagery of seeing people just
climbing on top of it.
You don't really realize the scale.
It's simple. It's just it's a small little thing. Really downplaying the size
just
of
downplaying.
It's massive. I love it. Anyway, if you're heading to Antarctica or anywhere else to travel the world, go take advantage of some low-cost energy across the globe, book a wander. Find
your happy place.
Find your
happy place.
Book a wander with
even
inspiring
the gold
views.
retrievers joined in.
It's fantastic. Hotel-grade amenities, dreamy beds, top-tier cleaning, 24/7 concierge service. It's a vacation home, but better, folks. Use code TBPN when you sign up.
Do it.
Our next guest is coming in to the studio from Divergent 3D, talking about manufacturing plans. They have a very cool partnership with Palantir, and I wanted to talk to Lucas. So welcome to the studio. How are you doing?
Doing great. How are you, gentlemen?
We're great.
What's going on? What do we have in front of us?
So you're looking at the airframe for an autonomous aircraft system. So about a 6-foot long, fully autonomous 3D printed structure. Wow. And if you look in the tail and on inside, you see a little bit about Divergent, which is full functional integration of these airframes to make them faster, better, and cheaper.
Wow.
Okay.
It looks very cool. And the background is obviously green screen, right?
That is our factory. That is Torrance, Los Angeles for you. So
wow.
That is one of 4 buildings on this campus. This is where we manufacture at volume for aerospace and defense and the auto industry.
Very, very cool.
Awesome.
Yeah. Who are some of your customers? I know you have a partnership with Palantir now. Can you explain kind of the business in kind of basic terms, and then we'll kind of work through it?
Yeah, absolutely. Customers are really OEMs, so really top automakers like Ferrari, McLaren, Bugatti. And then primary focus is aerospace and defense, which are really all the large primes. Yeah. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, General Atomics, and others. And the smaller up-and-comers and the larger up-and-comers like the Andurils of the world and Castilians are also customers of Divergent. And what we have built over the last decade is a ground up platform for engineering and manufacturing. So I want to be very clear, this was a deep tech startup. It required over $1 billion to build the system. We've got over 750 patents on it. It's not just a quick manufacturing play roll up strategy. This is really about creating a design differentiation in terms of how quickly you can create performant CAD. Yep. So call it an airframe, the CAD for an airframe. Can you do that in a week instead of a year and a half? And then how do you manufacture what you've created? And we've created both the source code for that design engine, and then we've created a manufacturing process that stitches together our own version of additive manufacturing, 3D metal printing, and robotic fixtureless assembly, which allows us to do something extraordinary, which is have a factory which is product agnostic. So you're looking at an installed factory base that can go from making an airframe for a Lockheed Martin to a large unmanned aircraft system for Raytheon to a production vehicle chassis for Ferrari, back to back to back with no hardware change whatsoever. And that is a new principle. That is a new reality where you are combining cost productivity of mass manufacturing, industrial manufacturing, with the flexibility of what was first thought of as fast prototyping. Really taking those 2 principles into one system, that's the Divergent system. We've now scaled to over 18 contracts, really all heading towards programs of record. And to be clear, we're not a prime ourselves. We are a subcontractor to these primes. What we are building is the manufacturing layer and the engineering layer that all of these programs really require to hit the scale that the U.S. needs to compete with our adversaries and to create the deterrence that we need in terms of our inventories and our capabilities.
Yeah, we've talked to a couple of people about this transition from additive manufacturing from a test environment to actual production. Does that mean that like traditional subtractive manufacturing doesn't play a role in the parts or airframes that you design, or do you work with other subcontractors to bring in more traditional workflows to augment what you're actually making so that you're just kind of using the right tool for the job at any moment, or is there some benefit to being like a pure play in additive manufacturing?
Yeah, I'd say that the realities of additive manufacturing cost have changed dramatically. When we started 8 years ago, you were not cost productive in the additive space. Today, we're actually cheaper than the cast or machined alternative. So yes, you're able to make these very advanced geometries, but you're actually coming in at $1 per kilogram point. That is more affordable for the prime, the taxpayer, the government than the traditional alternative. Where we see the most value is when we can take design authority for the entire, say, end-to-end missile structure, start with the requirements. What is the CFD? What are the load cases? Where are the hard points to the other subsystems? And then engineer that from scratch. That's where we can use high performance computing, generative design, and essentially optimize across all variables in one cohesive full design package. And that then becomes a 100% additive structure that is assembled with that robotic system. Are there other systems that end up in these vehicles? Yes, but you're talking electronics, you're talking the payload itself, you're talking about the turbojet or the propulsion source. Typically, when we're looking at structure, we're 100% additive, and we're able to outperform anything that would be cast or machined from a performance standpoint, say 30% lighter while meeting requirements. But more importantly, in a lot of cases, 30% cheaper while being able to make 1,000 or 10,000 per year. To give you some context, one of our 3D printers can manufacture about 400 large-scale munition casings per year. Wow. So imagine 100 printers running, you're able to do 40,000 munitions per year. And 100 printers running is not a unrealistic installed base. We're running tens of machines already today, and that is what the U.S. government also sees as critical for the U.S. Can we create a civil reserve manufacturing network, a connected set of next generation facilities that can create these munitions at volume? Because to cut it very, very clear, you look at our legacy programs like Tomahawk, JASSM, they're not able to hit the rates that are required by our warfighters, by our leaders, by individuals like Admiral Papara, who are closest to the problem. And why are they not able to hit those rates? Partially because they cannot get the structure. They cannot get the castings at the volumes required, at the quality point, at the geometry that's required. We come in and we solve that in a very dramatic way.
Can you talk to me about some of the history and kind of developmental breakthroughs in additive manufacturing? I'm sure there's some stuff that's happened just in the industry broadly, maybe even academic papers or different pieces of the supply chain that have kind of unlocked what you're doing. It allowed it to scale. Stuff like what's going on in the alloy space or deeper in the supply chain with parts that go into machines or machines that you're able to buy now. Give me kind of the lay of the land, because it feels like we're in a kind of Moore's Law moment for this particular technology. You've obviously built a huge business around it, but what else is driving that upstream?
Oh, absolutely. Additive manufacturing, it's no secret now that it's going to be supporting the structures in our programs of record. And a decade ago, it was thought of more as an R&D technology. So the industry has moved with us on that. At the same time, Divergent is very differentiated in the cost productivity. We built our own 3D printer. So we use our own machine. We built our own material. So the aluminum alloys, the refractory alloys that we print with, those are designed by our material scientists. The machine is designed by our engineers, and we actually integrate that machine in-house. So we build it in-house with a US-based supply chain. That machine is 10x the cost productivity of its nearest peer. So even though the industry has moved forward as well, Divergent has led a lot of that movement forward, and now it is printing on a machine that is able to be 3x the rate while being a third of the cost. So a 10x improvement to its near peer. In terms of talking about some of the advancements, when we started, we were printing on single laser systems. So you're talking about powder bed fusion. You've got a powdered metallic on the bottom of the build chamber. You've got a laser overhead. You're going to melt one layer at a time of this part and build it like a layer cake. We're now at a 12 laser system. So we've gone from 1 laser to 12. We're under 1 kilowatt per laser. Now we're north of 2.5 kilowatts per laser. So the amount of energy in this system, the size of the build chamber, the layer height, the speed of our recoding, the speed of our gas flow across that chamber, our automated build plate loading and unloading has essentially multiplied the rate by more than 20x over the last 8 years.
You guys developed your own hypercar. What would be the right time for us to start exploring developing a TBPN hypercar, given that you just went through the process yourself?
You know, if you have a dream and you've got the capital, pick up the phone, call us, and we can help with it. That's what I'll say. But Zinger Vehicles, and a more serious note, really that was about creating a product to create the ultimate tools. And then we created a business out of it. But early on, we said, if we're going to make the best design software, the best materials, the best 3D printer, a real assembly system, you have to create a product and you have to test that product tens, if not hundreds of times. And how else are you going to do that? You're not going to do that with a customer. You're not going to get your iteration. You're not going to get the feedback loop fast enough. We had to print thousands of parts and essentially get it wrong for our first 2-3 years before we really started to get it right. And then Zinger gave us the systems engineering knowledge, the road data, the branding ability of our own product, taught us about heat exchange, taught us about propulsion. We developed that V8 engine from scratch. We print a lot of that V8 engine, California CARB emissions compliant, fully crash certified. That vehicle is tremendous feedback into Divergent tools. And now in its own right, it's become a brand. It's the only vertically integrated hypercar OEM in America. And we just delivered our first handful of cars. They're the fastest road legal car in the world now. And there's a reason for that. It's because it's built on a new technology. It is a different chassis that is in that vehicle than any other vehicle on the road.
Did you get any angry calls from some of your customers for just absolutely mogging them? He's like, hey, we've been doing this for coming up on 100 years, and
like the
we're excited to be
really
a customer, but like
us.
we would appreciate if you didn't just outperform us on every possible level and do it with a fraction of the budget and the talent and the time.
Hey, it's motivation, right? You take that car to the track and you know who you're running against, and the engineers are there and they see that, and then they go to their executives and they say, we got to use Divergent to engineer the chassis and manufacture the parts. We got to do it or we're not going to be competitive. And at the same time, we love competition, and so do they. You know, our chief commercial officer, George Biggs, used to be the head of sales and marketing at McLaren, right? So people are clearly betting on Zinger vehicles as the up and comer in the hypercar space that can truly become the performance car company in the US. But to us, competition is a good thing. We're not shy about it. We like to show our customers what can be done. And even if they are, see the competition in it, at the end of the day, they want to make the best product. And if you're giving them the best pricing and the best ability to make that great product, they're going to want to be your customer.
You guys might be the most real hard tech company of all time. not like so you being like, oh, we simultaneously are working with like some of the biggest, most important companies in the world, from luxury automotive to defense. And then we also, on the side, for fun and to just prove, we made a real hyper car that you can actually drive and take on the track.
That's
remarkable. The car itself looks like it's just like a concept car. It's the kind of thing that other manufacturers will put out as a concept car, and then fans will see and they'll be like, well, this thing's never going to exist, so I'm not even going to be that excited about it.
Clearly a no render respecter. We're going to make it.
It's a tremendous design, and the truth of that vehicle is it represents those 750 patents. Everything about it, the way it's packaged, the way it's engineered, its power density, its seating layout, its aero philosophy, all those differences come from the technology it utilizes as well.
That's amazing.
Amazing.
Thank you so much for coming on. We would love to have you back. We could go way deeper here.
And
this is great.
To be clear, we've got a lot of space on the studio. If you want to park one of those cars,
if you need a parking spot,
here it's gated. We got security. It'll be safe. We're happy to keep it here in the background.
Come to sunny Los Angeles and go for a
ride. We're here. We're here.
In Hollywood.
Oh, you're here.
Yeah,
you're
we'll
based
have to come
here.
down.
All right,
drive it over.
All right, we will bring it over, and you got to come see the factory as well. Come see the missiles and various structures.
That sounds fantastic. Awesome. Thank you so much for hopping on, Lucas. This was fantastic.
Good
to talk to you soon. Bye. Really quickly, what do you need if you got a hypercar? You need a watch. Go to getbezel.com. Your Bezel Concierge is available to source any watch on the planet.
Their next challenge, make a watch that's so significant.
A tourbillon with 75 complications.
Will accept it.
I want to see it. Next up, we have Christian from Astranis coming in the studio. Welcome to the stream, Christian. You're technically your second appearance because he was in the background.
Right. I'm gonna hit the gong. I'm gonna hit the gong for Christian just because I like you.
Hit the gong. Welcome to the show.
Look at that.
There we go. That's a great one.
The top-down shot of the gong is absolutely it's just like top notch, guys.
1% better every day. Your camera looks fantastic. The lighting looks fantastic. It's very cinematic.
Insane,
Insane. Courtesy of
the green
Jason
screen.
Carmen.
Yes,
the guy
I know.
who set up the original Astronis marketing team. Got us all hooked up. Got us the right gear.
Yep.
Set us on the right path.
Yeah, it's great.
And the green screen that AI generated background.
Yeah,
looks,
it's really
amazing
really top
too.
notch.
This is actually this is going to be YC demo day. So they're setting up right now for like in our main area. They're going to put YC because they're right across the street,
Oh,
and so
very
they're going to put the demo day is going to be like right back there.
Really?
They're setting up all day yesterday.
Well,
Yeah.
we'll see you on Wednesday. We're heading up.
We'll be there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Wednesday.
Yeah. So I mean, we have a lot to talk about. Would love to just get the intro and update from you, and then I want to go into the where we are on the relentless march to create the ultimate hard tech vibe reel at some point. But first, give me the little update on your side. How are things going?
Yeah, things are going really good. It's an exciting time for Astronis. So we build small satellites for high orbits, and it seems like the rest of the world is sort of catching on to this being a thing. We've been trucking away for 10 years at this idea, and over those 10 years, we've built a big commercial business. We launched 4 satellites at the end of last year. Those are getting close, really close to their slot to actually start providing service all over the world. We have 5 more that are in the factory. But then the real big update, we have a bunch of government contracts that are really starting to take real flight. So it's everything from just normal communications for the government mission, like same thing out in geostationary orbit dedicated to one spot on Earth. But then also we have this new mission, which is resilient GPS, which is super cool. I think John talked about that last time he was on, just saying, we want to take GPS, break it apart into many smaller satellites to make it more resilient and less able for adversaries to take it down or jam us.
Yeah, because there's a ton of GPS denial and jamming that's going on all over the world now, since unfortunately there seems to be a battlefield on every continent at this point. But that's very exciting. Talk to me about startup vibe reels. What's been interesting to you? What's been your favorite?
Are we in the post vibe reel era?
Have we peaked?
Yeah, we might be, man.
Have we peaked? I really liked the one from Zipline was cool. I thought that they did when the solar punk vibe felt very different. But what are you seeing? What are you liking these days?
Yeah, it's really interesting because you see these companies that have not raised very much money at all, putting presumably tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars into a vibe reel to announce them. I don't dislike. I mean, I kind of love it, but at the same time,
we would never do something like that. Launching a vibe reel early in our that's ridiculous.
Well, to our credit, for the first vibe reel cost us $2,000.
Exactly. Okay, so this is exactly my point. You can tell when you look at some of these vibe reels how much money they cost to produce.
Totally.
And you can tell they weren't done in-house. And I think that makes a big difference. If you're a company that's doing your own comms, you guys are just whatever, renting a car, that was probably your biggest expense, I don't know. Then you make it yourself, an internal thing, totally different vibe than we hired a company, we paid hundreds of thousands of dollars because we want to impress you. You can just kind of feel that coming off of the screen when it's not made in-house, not organic. And that's more what I object to than the just making things look nice. There's nothing wrong with making things look nice as long as you're doing it authentically and you're doing it yourself.
So best practices for vibe reels for hard tech companies. Give me what is innovative right now?
So I think what we are shifting to is just more authenticity, more showing, less telling. So we just launched a new Astronis manufacturing channel. It's pretty sick, actually. Basically, instead of it being 2 dudes yapping away and just talking about how great their company is, which is the majority of startup comms these days, and the founder sits down in the chair and it's the big dramatic opening shot. You have that's one end of the spectrum. On the other end of the spectrum is an hour-long video of just cutting metal. And that's what we're trying to do with our Astronis manufacturing channel. So we've launched 2 or 3 videos, long form videos, and a bunch of shorts that are more vibey and get people into the channel. And it's going really well. It's pretty sweet. We're getting tens of thousands of views on those first videos on a brand new clean channel.
That's great.
Which is exactly what you want to see, getting some good traction.
Totally.
But I think that we're sort of beyond the talking head wouldn't oh wow, look, the CEO is going to talk to I don't know, that's not that exciting anymore.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of companies that will open source software packages, but there's something that's almost higher leverage about just hey, we have this engineer who really understands how to use this one machine. Let's just put out a video of them talking about best practices for this. It's going to be super niche, but that community is going to love it. And from a talent's perspective, exactly. So that's very exciting. Jordy, anything? Because I want to know what do you guys...
I will say on this topic, we just had an event here yesterday or Saturday That was pretty sweet. We had a bunch of manufacturing people from San Francisco all come to the office and like meet in person. From like a talent perspective, yeah, like selfishly, we had a lot of really amazing machinists and manufacturing engineers and stuff like come check us out. But really, it was just to like build a community of these folks in San Francisco. So, I mean, people often as Astranis, they like don't even believe me when I say that we're building satellites in San Francisco. They're like, okay, but like, where do you build them? Like where do you actually like? And we're like, no, it's like literally down the hall from where I'm sitting right now is where we build our satellites. But, you know, it's cool to get that community together of San Francisco people. There is manufacturing in San Francisco.
It is crazy.
Yeah, what are you expecting on the hard tech side from this year's YC batch? I'm sure you've had a little bit of a preview. We're headed over there tomorrow for demo day on Wednesday.
No, it's going to be sweet. I mean, I think that, Coogan, didn't you tweet this last time? You were like, out is Uber for X and in is like Anduril for dog walking or something.
Yeah. Out is Uber for dog walking, in is Anduril for dog walking.
Yeah, unbelievable. Precision guided dog walking. It's
well,
pretty...
you know what's funny is that we talked to somebody about humanoid robots on the stream earlier this week, and he was like, oh, well, like in manufacturing context, like it's a lot better to just have a purpose-built rod, or maybe you want wheels because you're in a factory and you have smooth floor, so you'll just do wheels. And the one example he gave of a really strong use case for humanoids was dog walking. And
there we go. There we go.
I don't know.
What's the dog going to think if it's not a human walking it?
I don't know. Yeah. That seems like the one thing you don't want to outsource in your life is like the couple, the 20 minutes you get to walk your dog and just like enjoy a
new idea
stroll.
Is a humanoid robot for like patting your child on the back as they're going to sleep.
Yeah, I remember last demo day, people were trying to, I mean, this was at a period, I feel like about a year ago, it became popular to kind of dunk on YC.
Oh, totally.
It's always been people take cheap shots at them all the time, but there were some people critiquing a bunch of YC founders for doing deep tech stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, well, is that not like amazing, right? Like, do we not
also, I mean,
want?
that means
it's like YC sort of damned if they do, damned if they don't. You know what I mean? Like they're getting criticized for doing just SaaS, and they're getting criticized now. They move to like defense tech and hard tech and whatever. I mean, at some point, ultimately they're doing what they think is best, and that's like the right call. But I mean, Astranis, we went through YC like however many years, like 8-9 years ago, and at the time there was like basically no hard tech in the batch except like I think we're actually really one of the first batches. It was us, it was Boom, and it was Relativity Space all in the same batch.
That's crazy.
And so like that was the first real like hard tech YC foothold. And then nowadays, of course, it's like if you look at their list of requests for startups, it's like 50 to 75% of the entire list is just hard tech, like defense tech, that sort of thing.
Reactions to WWDC? Are you going to be multitasking on an iPad? Do you care at all?
No, I don't even. Did they actually release the like clear bubble thing that everyone's complaining about already, or is it just like?
Yeah, so they basically made it. They launched a feature that's effectively like what you could jailbreak your original iPhone to do, where a lot of the functionality is effectively and the UI is like see-through over a background. So you can put.
I don't. I'm not tracking it. I don't really care.
Bullish.
Yeah, totally, man.
What are you guys using for expense management these days?
What a question. So we actually recently switched to Ramp.
Let's go!
Let's go!
I love that.
Wow, he put on the hat.
So I'm sitting over finance right now. That's one of my jobs.
You are.
When I got in there was a different expense management system in place, and we had to go to the best in class Ramp. So
our dogs are barking.
Actually, I didn't even buy the hat. Shout out to Packy McCormick for sending me
there we go. Packy.
These Ramp hats are hard to get.
Add. Yeah. You're looking at it right here.
That's right.
Yeah, when we partnered with Ramp, we only got one hat. It said you got to work for the second hat. You know.
Yeah.
So
at least you got the jackets though. I want one of those.
The jackets coming. We'll bring these up. We'll bring these up to the Bay. We're gonna have a bunch of them. We have 412 hats. They're gonna go quickly.
Oh, shit.
They're gonna go
Not
quickly.
to be precise or anything.
It's limited.
But you got one with your name on it.
Hell yeah.
Anyway. Well, this was fantastic. Thanks so much for hopping on. We will talk to you soon.
Absolutely.
Cheers, Christian. Thanks for coming on.
Bye.
Good to see you.
Our next guest is already here in the TBPN Ultradrome. We have Vlad from Infisical. Am I pronouncing that correctly? I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but we'll hear it from him directly. Welcome to the stream, Vlad. How are you doing?
What's going on?
Doing great. How are you guys?
How do you pronounce it?
The name.
The name.
the name Vlad or in physical
No,
or
it's in physical. Okay, great.
In physical.
Yeah.
Give us the intro. What are you guys doing? What are you working on?
It's not the easiest name. It's definitely everyone is asking how to pronounce it, and,
Sure.
and I've heard so many pronunciations and ways of spelling it. But what we do is we're an open source secrets management platform. So we help developers manage secrets across their infrastructure. And so what secrets are, it's all types of sensitive credentials that basically connect the systems together and that run software under the hood, and no one else realizes that.
Very cool.
You have to work on, you have to become so successful that people are forced to figure out how to pronounce the name, right? It's always a challenge. And then once you hit that $100 million run rate, everybody will have a good sense of it. But give us a backstory. I know you announced a $60 million Series A from Elad Gil on Friday. Very exciting. Not an easy guy to get on board. But break down maybe the history of the company and getting to that point.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We started in a very open source manner, right? We launched in physical open source project on Reddit, and that's pretty much how it got viral, and that's how it got lots of developers on board. And that's pretty much how it kept running afterwards. And it, like at first it was a lot of developers, and it started transitioning to a lot of enterprises and very large customers and folks like LG or AI companies like Hugging Face that are using us. We went through the YC batch, so this was kind of like the first stage of the company. This was around 2 years ago at this point, so so much has happened ever since. And since then we've been focusing a lot on trust, a lot on security, a lot on helping companies figuring out how to make it simple and straightforward.
Can you give me a sense of the shape of the problem? Maybe some anonymized or non-anonymized horror stories. How bad can this go when it goes wrong?
I mean, it could be terrible. Actually, most of the over 50% of all the security breaches that happen these days is because of mishandled credentials or some kind of identity issue that was either hard-coded or accidentally leaked by one of the developers, or there could be lots of different things. So a lot of the news articles that you see on different media, whether it's TechCrunch or whatever, right? A lot of them happen because of secrets management. And the practices that a lot of organizations have, they are trying, and a lot of organizations are trying to figure it out. The problem is that the tooling out there is so complex to figure out, and the infrastructure of these organizations is also so complex that they can't really do this. And this is how they use in physical. And so the main benefits of this is first security, but also reliability, because it's kind of like hard to realize this, but secrets basically connect all the different services and databases and infrastructure and engineers together. So if you're not able to access secret, even for like a second, it could have lots of bad implications, because then you're not able, your users not able to use your products and software and so on.
Yeah, it's such an interesting place to sit, because I can imagine a bunch of knock-on effects from being that deeply integrated into like the DevTools chain. Are you thinking about that stuff already? Do you have an idea of where this goes, or what adjacent products might look like? Is it unreasonable to comp the business to like 1Password right now in terms of like business model and kind of shape of the product?
Not quite. So 1Password is very much kind of like personal passwords, and
of course,
they do very well, and kind of like very kind of like user driven. What Invisible does is we power all the infrastructure basically. So everything that's related to software and infrastructure layer. So it's indeed a very interesting base, because we have to integrate with all the infrastructure tools, right? 1Password is very much a lot about kind of like the browser extension, right?
Oh yeah, they don't need to actually integrate with like Google, for example, but you do.
Like we have to integrate with all the cloud
providers,
like,
I'm sure.
GCP, even like Vercel or Railway, whatever, right? But also all the different version control systems like GitHub and so on, all the CI/CD systems, basically all the infrastructure components that developers are using. Because otherwise, if we can't integrate even with at least a single tool, then it doesn't provide the full value. So that's where a lot of complexity of what Invisible does grows. And really kind of like what we're doing is we're building out a single platform for enterprises to manage access, to manage secrets, to manage all the sensitive information in one place, and provision access controls, authentication to all of those services.
Talk to me about the open source versus obviously your for-profit company. At least I think so. If you're raising 16 million, you never know these days. Like
you don't know. You don't know.
It used to be a given if you went through YC, but then one of the biggest companies of all time became a nonprofit. What is it like, and what is that like? Give me the deeper level of that sales motion. Is it just marketing? Is there a clear kind of upgrade path? Who are the best in class? I always go to like Red Hat Linux did really well, but that was kind of a different thing because they were kind of like the company was built after Linux was already created. They didn't create it themselves. Then you have like a Stable Diffusion as a company, and there's a whole bunch of others like Databricks has taken an open source product and then moved it so far forward that they have a differentiated product to offer and they make a ton of money. Talk to me about like the open source business landscape, the pitfalls, like how it works, like what your strategy is.
It's a super interesting question because a lot of open source businesses are very different. So a lot of businesses like Databricks, they basically take existing projects and then build things around them. And Physical is in this sense much more similar to folks like GitLab, right? Where we're actually building out and we are the owners of the open source project. And really kind of like what the open source project is about is we want to make sure that any developer, and this is very interesting for a lot of open source businesses, right? Is that you kind of like have to target the enterprise components, right? But you also have to make sure that every developer and like a very long tail of developers, not even from enterprise, but also students and indie developers and, for weekend projects, they're able to use your tool, right? And they're able to benefit from it and they are able to do lots of their own tasks with it. And so this is kind of like a fine balance that you have to navigate. And so how Physical works is that all of the features that are needed by developers, they're available under MIT license, right? So arguably the most free license out there. And so they can use it for any purposes. They can reuse it. They can fork it. They can do whatever they want. And the features that are actually monetizable, they are features that are primarily needed by large enterprises, right? So it's all the different managerial functionality, different kind of like much more advanced functionality when your team consists of thousands or tens of thousands of developers, right? And then you actually have the problems that you're facing are very, very different. And then you can start with Physical open source, but a lot of organizations end up transitioning to Physical enterprise.
I have to ask because I'm sure people asked it during your Series A process, but is there an AI story here? On your website, you mentioned AI, I think twice. One with a feature that maybe is AI powered, two with Hugging Face, which is obviously a customer. So I just asked because, it's interesting. A lot of my kind of immediate thoughts around what you're building are around like, why build this now? Oftentimes there's great things to be built that nobody got around to building, but I'm curious to kind of understand the catalyst and how you're maybe benefiting.
Well, there's actually a few things, right? So the fact that we are creating this kind of like uniform source of secrets and access and basically all like a single data set, right, for all the access within the enterprises, it helps us create this type of kind of like AI brain behind it, right? Where we are able to provision access controls and identify different over-provisioned access and loopholes and everything else that developers are using. So this is kind of like the one part that they're focusing and will be focusing even more with AI. The other part is how do all of the agents and how do all of the other AI workloads are actually able to operate secrets, right? Because we're talking about like they're becoming much faster, they're becoming much smarter in what they're actually doing, but they kind of depend on how fast they're able to access secrets or databases or other resources that they need to be approved, right? And right now, a lot of it is provisioned very manually. Right. So this is another area that Physical is really focusing on. And how do you actually simplify it? And how do you make sure that a lot of these workloads, they can be more autonomous in how they work?
Yeah, that makes sense. What's your guys' internal AI software engineering stack? What tools are you getting the most value from today?
I mean, in terms of engineering, so people use all kinds of things. I mean, of course, Claude and like basically like all the LLMs out there we are using. It's kind of like a mix of whatever people feel most comfortable with and what they want to choose.
That makes sense. Cool.
That was great.
Well,
thank you so much for hopping
exciting. Congrats on the milestone. And I'm sure you already have people breathing down your neck, ready to do the beat now that a lot is in. So good luck, pushing those people off.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you soon. Have
Cheers.
a great day. Fantastic. Up next, we have a couple things. We have Alex Heath from The Verge jumping on at 2:30. That's in about 15 minutes. I want to go through some poly markets about Apple to give us a little bit of an update on what people are expecting Apple to do over the next year. I also want to check in with our intern Tyler Cosgrove, see how he's doing. But
the
first,
jacket came off.
Let me walk.
He's rolling up the sleeves.
While he's getting ready for his update, I want to run through some of these poly markets. How much will the iPhone 17 cost?
Will I drop one of these?
Will you drop one of those? We're down at 10% now for over $1,000. It looks like most people are thinking the next iPhone is going to be $799 or $699. Not a lot of movement there, but it's moving downwards. People are getting more bearish on the idea of $1,000 plus iPhone. There's a small poly market out here about will Apple release a foldable iPhone in 2025? Market launched at 12%. It's down at less than 2%. No indication from WWDC that a folding iPhone's coming. Interesting historical poly market. Do you want a foldable iPhone?
No, I was at the farmers market on Saturday, and I met another dad, and he pulled out his phone, and it was a foldable phone, and he pulled the phone out, unfolded it, did what he needed to do, and I was like, wow, I've never seen one of these in the wild before, but it's kind of cool. Folds up, it's pretty. I'm trying to find why you really need one. But,
I saw. I think it was Kai Cenat went to China and was looking at a tri-fold phone, the latest and greatest from the top Chinese smartphone company, probably Huawei.
Tri-fold.
So it looks just like an iPhone. Looks just like an iPhone in terms of like size, and then it unfolds into something that's basically a tablet.
Yeah.
And that is actually pretty interesting and pretty. You could imagine that actually catching on in terms of like, you don't even need to bring the laptop with you on the plane because you're just gonna fold it out and have a much bigger screen.
Can you use it when it's in its?
Oh yeah, you can use it as a phone, and then you can use it as a tablet.
Okay,
it's essentially both. And the hinge technology is getting to the point where it's reliable. The dust doesn't get in it. It actually folds completely flat. The early phones they would fold, and there would be like a little gap because you couldn't make the hinge fold flat. The screen would break. You'd see a crease.
A
newspaper.
The information.
It'd be amazing.
It would feel like they had a print edition.
Okay. Other poly markets I want to run through. Will Apple invest in OpenAI in 2024? This is a historical poly market. It was up at 72% at one point. It's a small market, but still, it has crashed. It crashed down to 0%. Obviously, beginning to resolve. No, but man, maybe they should have. It would have been a wild one. The other one that people are tracking these days is: will Apple announce iPhone assembly in the United States before September?
We did. We beat him to it.
But we beat him to it. Let's go to Tyler and see how is the project going, Tyler? Break it down for us.
Well, guys,
okay,
it's done.
It's done.
The first American iPhone.
Manufactured in America. Assembled in America.
Wow.
It's maybe not the cleanest, maybe not the most perfect. It's kind of a coin flip whether it would pass the inspections, but
quality assurance. But you did it.
I genuinely can't believe you did it. I was staring, looking at the pieces earlier, and I was kind of concerned because I thought we've given Tyler an impossible task.
Yep. And we're now 3 hours and 20 minutes into the project, and it's successful.
Yeah, I'm more of a software guy, machine learning engineer kind of guy.
Yep.
Not big on hardware, but this process, I'm incredibly bullish on bringing manufacturing back to the United States.
You think it could be done?
Okay, if I can do it,
anyone can. Not necessarily anyone, but
if you have a college degree.
We got to kind of get into the economics now and understand, Tyler's market value. Tyler's market value probably, $250,000 a year. Took him 3 hours. We're getting
you run through it. It's
potentially some margin problems.
Yeah, we've been talking about the $10,000 iPhone. I think we might be looking at it. You get an iPhone 4S handmade by a college-educated machine learning engineer.
But imagine, in a lot of cars, like the person that made the engine will sort of sign it. Having an iPhone that was sort of signed on the back by Tyler.
Why don't we get a Sharpie for Tyler? You can sign the back of that. We can give it away to one of the fans.
I'm thinking of starting like a kind of boutique, handmade phone company now.
I think that's good.
Made with love.
Yes.
Just buy the new iPhone, take it apart, put it back together, sign it.
Sign it. Yep. Assembled
here. It's a handmade
here.
iPhone.
Assembled here.
Amazing. Honestly,
Fantastic work.
Incredible work.
Really great.
They said it couldn't be done. And
we proved them wrong.
And you proved them wrong.
Anything is possible in America with enough dynamism.
With enough
and we
Tylers.
saw it today.
With enough Tylers.
With enough Tylers, and we can accomplish anything. Polymarket has it at a 4% chance that Apple announces iPhone assembly in the United States before September. Not looking good there, but maybe we changed the odds today, folks. And what else is in the Polymarket here? Will Apple release a new product line in 2025? That's sitting at 43%. People are expecting something. Let's go to the comments and see. HomePad plus Home OS is the rumor. Apple Smart Home Display, so something like an iPad that would live in your house and act as the central hub for all your HomePod devices. Very interesting. So I don't know. We'll be tracking that. Didn't happen today, but we will be getting the full update from our WWDC correspondent Verge over at The Verge, Alex Heath, coming on the show in just a minute.
Well, we can pull up some bangers from the bangers tab.
We were Joe
production
Weisenthal
team.
I think Joe Weisenthal had a good one. I don't know if you saw this. There's a startup called Bernie, which claims to have built a reputation marketplace so that you can license out someone else's credentials when fundraising or whatever. They decline to say whether it's ethical. And they say, is this legal? Yes. Every engagement on the platform is governed by enforceable licensing contracts. Identity, credentials, and usage terms are verified. Is this moral?
So the issue is I'm looking up I just Googled Bernie reputation.
Yeah.
And it's just a bunch of stuff on Bernie Sanders. I can't actually find the startup.
Yeah.
I was seeing this and I was trying to understand. It's kind of a hilarious concept to be, basically say like, oh yeah, you can just use my name to fundraise for your project.
Yep.
Like that's not going to work. Maybe there's some people that would agree to that, but sounds...
Social capital, now liquid. Accelerate investor confidence with Bernie's curated marketplace of reputation assets. Purchase verified team credentials.
I can't find anything about this company.
It says, is this ethical? That's not for us. It says Bernie.market is the website, but it could be a prank. Bernie.market. Let's see. It appears to be a real website. Somebody vibe coded it. Profile characteristics.
Access elite credibility instantly.
Maybe
I just don't understand who...
Is this ethical? That's not for us to determine. Credentials are already used to influence funding, hiring, and trust, often informally and without consent. We bring transparency, consent, and pricing to a dynamic that already exists. Very, very interesting.
So I don't quite understand. So this is like you want to build a SaaS company,
yes.
and you just
you need a Harvard educated, you need a Harvard MBA on your deck as like an advisor. And so you go. I mean, I guess like the bull case is this for this is like angel investors and advisors are already kind of, like GLG exists. You could go to Alpha Sites.
So
or
advisors,
TGIS.
I understand.
But this could be kind of a rebranding of the advisor marketplace. So instead of saying like, hey, like we understand the supply chain because we spent, $10,000 of our pre-seed capital on TGIS talking to experts, and we converted a few of those into advisors and gave them some equity. Bernie maybe lets you make that go direct to the advisor relationship. But I don't know. It's very oddly marketed, but it's very funny. Anyway.
Extremely sus.
Yes.
I would, that's it. I would have the founder on just to ask how they expect this to work and not create a wake of problems.
Yes. I mean, there are other companies.
The founder's like, well, to be honest, like I kind of dog fooded the product, and like I have no tech experience. I don't have a reputation myself.
But my team has 50 years of experience and reputation.
Harvard, MIT,
he just comes
Google,
on, drops the most
Apple,
resume.
Stack, GPs at GPs. Sequoia, Benchmark.
Well, I mean, intro.com.
Aerospace engineers.
Bit. Yep.
We actually
IMO gold medalist.
Many of the OpenAI researchers are on our team.
Yep. High frequency traders. We got some Jane Street guys on board.
Yeah.
We got Citadel guys on the team.
Johnny Ive's
involved. He spent 1 minute replying to an
email.
We're like,
oh, okay. So I get it. That makes sense. I'm actually fully bought in to this project, and I would trust you with my credentials for you to just sell to the highest bidder.
Exactly.
Anyways, we have some more some breaking news.
More breaking
Brad Gerstner's Invest America is being included in the reconciliation bill, backdated to the beginning of this year. So if you had a child December 1st, 2025 and beyond, they will get $1,000. I think it's slated through 2029.
That's amazing. So is this like happening, or is it still in the discussion phase?
Well, so the reconciliation bill needs to be passed,
but
it's
if
being
it's passed,
included,
it will be included.
and they're being called Trump accounts.
Wow. Okay. That'll be really non-controversial. But congratulations to Brad Gerstner. That's very exciting that he got it across the finish line. At least he got it across the starting line, I suppose.
Yeah.
The finish line's upcoming, but it seems like it could go through.
I'm going to be calling these Gerstner accounts forever. I'm going to tell my my next child, this is you can thank Gerstner for your college education. Write him a thank you note. Let's pull up this post from Kitsy.
Okay.
It says, Steve Jobs would have cornered you in a dark alley and beat you with a metal pipe if you even suggested something like this. And this is the new design, the sort of see-through functionality. There's another post from Alex.
What's interesting is that X did this for a while, and it was not well received. But we ran this experiment. I remember the bottom bar for a while
being see-through
on X. Shortly after Elon took over, it was like as you would scroll. It still does it actually. As you scroll, the bottom bar gets transparent, and you can still click on it. So it still lets you know that it's there, and it kind of fades away so you can see things under it. But I think for a while it was like going up and back, and it was kind of jarring.
It's is not a funny bad because
design. I don't know. I think this could work. Who knows?
Some Alex taking the same joke, or actually he was first. He said, Steve, there's another post showing Steve Jobs would have taken you out back and shot out your kneecaps.
Oh, okay, a little more aggressive.
For pitching something with this contrast ratio. Okay. Another post here seeing how the see-through actually shows up on the home screen. And it's funny because you could jailbreak your phone a decade ago. Eric Zed called this out. You could do this exact same thing. I remember it was very cool. It would have some areas that it would be
disastrous, but in
general, it would.
It's fine.
It was pretty cool.
It's fine. It happens. Should we go to this news about the doctors? New paper shows a familiar result on LLMs in medicine. Doctors given clinical vignettes produce significantly more accurate diagnoses when using a custom GPT built with obsolete GPT-4 than doctors with Google PubMed, but not AI. So we are firmly in the Centaur era. Aaron Levy over at Box sums it up well. He says, doctors went from 75% accuracy without AI to 85% accuracy when using AI for diagnosis. In the future, it will be malpractice for your doctor not to be using AI. This is such a clear societal benefit that it alone should cause everyone to be much more pro AI progress. I completely agree. It's very good. Very exciting.
I want to see my doctor go on ChatGPT in real time.
For sure.
Describing what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, they probably need like a doctor plan where the data is even more sequestered, right? So they're not like leaking HIPAA. Like they need a HIPAA compliant GPT, but that will be pretty easily doable. I guess the question is like, there's been a couple AI for doctors companies, and the question is that an independent application layer company, or is that something that OpenAI rolls out as a functionality?
ChatGPT is the HIPAA compliant ChatGPT kind of thing.
Potentially. I don't know.
But there's multiple multi-billion-dollar companies focused on the scribe functionality, right?
Yeah.
Or need.
Yeah. I mean, in legal, there certainly seems to be some like decent amounts of traction from Harvey, and so it could be enough of a unique use case that it's not just something that you're going to use ChatGPT for.
Cursor for surgeons.
Cursors. We'll probably
just cut that out, clear that out, grab it, throw it out, put it to the side. Just vibe coding your surgery.
But you know that like the latest Gemini can just take a webcam view of anything and just be talking to you the whole time about what it's seeing, making recommendations, and you really could do that. So Cursor for surgeons.
Cursor for vibe surgery.
I got vibe surgery. I got, oh yeah, like, how are you recovering? It was more of like a vibe surgeon than like a hardcore deep research surgeon. It was more of a vibe surgeon.
Yeah, but
it was just a college dropout.
My spleen's feeling decent.
Decent.
It works for now.
Yeah,
it might be a bit buggy.
Yeah,
but
vibe surgery. I don't know if we're gonna go there, but it's possible. We're already in the era of vibe legislating.
Vibe engineering.
Vibe coding is very real. Vibe designing is very real. Get on Figma.com. Speaking of great art, Think Word says, great art should comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable. And it's a painting of Halo.
It genuinely is beautiful.
It's beautiful. I want to hang this. We should get this. We should get this painted by hand. Tyler, your next project. You're painting.
Hand paint this AI Halo slop. No, it's funny because I look at this and I don't think slop. I think
cool. Yeah, but again, I mean, like what takes this out of the slop world is how it is funny to recontextualize Halo, this science fiction, this video game, into this painterly style of, I don't know, like Renaissance painting.
It's beautiful. It's stunning. It's provocative.
It's this unexpected mashup. It's the Harry Potter Balenciaga. Two things that normally don't go together. You put them together. That's funny.
I would like to see this same.
The instantiation of the idea is not it is sloppy, but the idea is uniquely human. And so that's why whoever created this came up with a great prompt, and that's why we're liking it. And that's why it's 5K likes. Anyway. Dylan Patel, we mentioned this earlier on the show, but SemiAnalysis has a banger post on scaling reinforcement learning. Very, very interesting deep dive. Dylan Patel writes, reinforcement learning is very inference heavy and shifts infrastructure build-outs heavily. Scaling well-engineered environments is difficult. Reward hacking and non-verifiable rewards are key areas of research. Recursive self-improvement is already playing out. Major shift in 04 and 05 RL training. And so what's interesting is that before, in the pre-training era, in the scaling of the big transformer runs, the massive runs, Dylan Patel told us this, that the latest Orion run, the GPT 4.5 run, was already maxed out, and they couldn't do a bigger single run without bringing Stargate online. And so the industry has simultaneously shifted to reinforcement learning, which of course can be done in a very distributed way. And so you can be generating training data all over the place when inference is low. Like ChatGPT use is high during the week, the work week. It's not high during the nights and weekends. And so during those times, they use those GPUs, those data centers, to generate reinforcement learning training data. And the particularly important thing is verifiable rewards. So you have the AI generate a whole bunch of code or write the solution to a complex math problem, but then that math problem is verifiable. You can make sure that the answer is correct. What's hard is when you have non-verifiable rewards, like, is this joke funny? Very, very difficult. And so there's a lot of reward hacking going on and a lot of work being done on what do you do in a scenario where there's a non-verifiable reward, not like a math problem or some code. And so right now what they're doing is they're having other LLMs grade the results. And so you generate 100 jokes, and then another LLM is looking at them and saying which joke is funny. And hopefully it learns over time, but it's very tricky. There's also very interesting developments in engineered environments. And so when you're doing reinforcement learning, the classic example is like chess or Go. And so you put all the chess pieces on a virtual board, you play the chess out, but it's very easy to simulate chess because it's just a bunch of pieces on the board.
Defined rules.
It's a lot harder to create an engineering environment that is simulating code across like a database and a web server and a web browser and Python and image generation, because there's lag and delay in all of those. And so a lot of the research that OpenAI did on reinforcement learning for video games, they were able to run, Super Mario at like 1,000 times speed, or they can simulate an entire game of chess in a millisecond. It's much harder to do that when you have to say, okay, go and interact with all these web servers and run into all the CAPTCHAs, and you can't really speed up the environment. And so how you work through those engineering environments that you're running the test on is very, very key. And so there's a lot of research going in there. So I'm sure we'll be digging into this more in the future. Anyway, our guest is joining in just a minute. But let's keep moving on. What should we...
You're surrounded by journalists. Hold your position.
Can't wait. there's an obituary for Bill Atkinson, one of a kind, the Macintosh pioneer and inventor of HyperCard. He passed away at 74. Very sad to hear that. Very glad that Wired was able to do a beautiful obituary. We'll read from some of this right now. My first meeting with Bill Atkinson was unforgettable. It was November of 1983, and reporting for Rolling Stone, I had gained access to the team building the Macintosh computer, scheduling to launch early next year. Everyone kept telling me, wait until you meet Bill and Andy, referring to Bill Atkinson and Andy Hertzfeld, two key writers of the Mac software. Here's what I wrote about the encounter in my book, Insanely Great. I met Bill Atkinson first, a tall fellow with unruly hair, a Pancho Villa mustache, blazing blue eyes. He had the unnerving intensity of Bruce Dern in one of his turns as an unhinged Vietnam vet. Like everyone else in the room, he wore jeans and a t-shirt. Do you want to see a bug? He asked me. He pulled me into his cubicle and pointed at his Macintosh. Filling the screen was an incredibly detailed drawing of an insect. It was beautiful, something you might see on an expensive workstation in a research lab, but not on a personal computer. Atkinson laughed at his joke. Then he got very serious, taking an intense near whisper that gave his words a reverential weight. The barrier between words and pictures is broken, he said. Until now, the word of art has been a sacred club, like fine china. Now it is for daily use. He's so excited about it. Atkinson was right. His contributions to the Macintosh were critical to that breakthrough he'd whispered to me at the Apple office known as Brandley 3 that day. A few years later, he would single-handedly make another giant contribution with a program called HyperCard, which presaged the World Wide Web. Through it all, he retained his energy and joie de vivre and became an inspiration for all who had changed the world through code. On June 5th, 2025, he died after a long illness. He was 74. Atkinson hadn't planned on becoming a pioneer in personal computing as a graduate student. He studied computer science and neurobiology at the University of Washington. But when he encountered the Apple II in 1997, he fell in love and went to work for the company that built it a year later. He was employee number 51. In 1979, he was among the small group that Steve Jobs led to the Xerox PARC research lab and was blown away by the graphic computer interface he saw there, the GUI. It became his job to translate that futuristic technology to the consumer, working on Apple's Lisa project. In the process, he invented many of the conventions that still persist on today's computers, like menu bars. Atkinson, he created the menu bar, Jordy. This is incredible.
Which they just today added to the iPad.
Really, the menu bar is in the iPad now.
So he lives on.
He lives on. What a full circle moment. Atkinson also created QuickDraw, a groundbreaking technology to efficiently draw objects on a screen. One of those objects was the round rectangle, a box with rounded corners that would become part of everyone's computing experience. Atkinson had resisted the idea until Jobs made him walk around the block and see all the traffic signs and other objects with rounded corners. Wow. He's like, it's probably easier for the computer to draw a circle or a perfect square. But Steve Jobs is like, no, the corners have to be round.
They will be round.
They will be round. And he built it. Remarkable.
That's amazing. Because of Atkinson, my first experiences with computers were beautiful and magical.
Yeah. I was listening to Ben Thompson talk about Steve Jobs and AI. And I think he was actually quoting who was it? Signal or someone on X, one of the accounts that we highlight all the time. And this account had said, what would Steve Jobs think about vibe coding? And Ben Thompson's point was like, he would have loved it. He would have loved vibe coding. And his example was that if you go back to one of the first major keynotes for Apple, or one of the keynotes, I think right before he passed away, actually, Steve Jobs introduced GarageBand. And in it, he's talking about all the different like instruments that you can use, and he says like now anyone can be a musician, and he was really about like just bringing the ability to create to anyone, and that's what vibe coding does, and it's like the perfect example of that. And people get so hung up with like the business implications of vibe coding, or like what if it hallucinates? Like, well, what if
Steve
you hit
Jobs
the wrong key in GarageBand?
Vibe code for 20 minutes and push it to production.
No, of course not internally.
But he would appreciate this sort of just creating software.
Totally.
And that process of creation. It's not like he made GarageBand being like, make the perfect song every time.
And one of the things that Apple's uniquely behind in, speaking of WWDC, is Xcode. It does not integrate with Cursor. So when you're writing an Apple iOS app and you're writing Objective-C, it's a very difficult language, and you can't immediately integrate with Cursor, at least not out of the
Apple
box.
is working with Anthropic.
They're starting to work on it. So they are solving it now. Anyway, we have our WWDC correspondent, Alex, coming in the studio. Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
What's going on?
Guys, I'm at the Steve Jobs Theater. Doing this handheld. Hope that's okay.
Oh, it's great. It looks fantastic.
You're doing a great job.
Can you show us what's behind you? Can you give us a little tour? Wow.
Got the spaceship.
The donut.
And then behind me is the Steve Jobs Theater. Well, it's below me technically. But this is the dome above
That's
it.
beautiful.
Amazing.
Give us your reactions. Break it down. What have you seen? What have you liked? What would you put in the bucket of like needs still
see-through.
Time in the oven? Let's see.
Okay, I hear you now.
Perfect.
Cool.
Break it down for us. What's going on?
Yeah. I haven't gotten to obviously catch the show yet, but I'm curious what you guys think. I mean, to me, the big headline is no new Siri.
Yep.
And that means no new Siri for at least a year, because that's how Apple works, right? They're not going to talk about it again in a way that's like expansive for developers until WWDC next year. I think we saw the stocks slide literally as WWDC kicked off because people were hoping for that. I think Apple, having just come out of some meetings that I can't really talk about, but I can just say I think Apple is wanting people to go, look, we've got all this other stuff. The iPad is more advanced, be excited about the new design. But I think underneath this is this simmering angst about where Apple is at on AI. And I don't think they have a good answer yet. Do you guys?
No, it's. I mean, the internet will destroy them for being like, hey, don't worry about the AI stuff. We made your icon see through.
Yeah, I think there's two things going on,
and rightfully so, right? It's sort of it's somewhat. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's unacceptable because ChatGPT is still great on an iPhone. You get a lot of value out of it, but I forget who we had earlier that was like, it would be really great if ChatGPT was integrated with Photos and iMessage and all these other things. And so, yes, Apple, from an investor standpoint, I look at Apple, and we've talked about this a lot. Apple missed search, but they get $20 billion a year from it, so they're fine. They can miss AI. They can, sure. And they can miss AI, but it does,
they might be able to still value capture, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think they can still value capture, but as a consumer, it's easy to be deeply frustrated.
And if they auction off this button, the action button, to the highest bidder, that could be a multi-billion-dollar deal for sure if they act as the front door to AI.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about the same day as WWDC OpenAI hitting 10 billion in ARR, right, which is 3x year over year, like on a massive base already of billions a year. And a healthy chunk of that is flowing directly into Apple's pockets, right? Because those are ChatGPT subscriptions that people are paying for through iOS. So yeah, you're right. They benefit. I think the question is like, what happens if people start to buy phones less because AI makes other devices more interesting? So like the boogeyman here on the ground today is Johnny Ive, right? It's like, what is he doing with OpenAI? Is Apple scared about it? You can't get an answer either on or off the record. But I think that's the real fear, and that's probably years out. So to be like near-term bearish on Apple is probably not correct, but like in 5 years, are people buying phones less because we have all these AI wearables that take interactions away from the phone? Maybe. Is Apple going to be winning there? So far, it doesn't look like it. So I think that's like that's more like 5-ish years out, but that's a serious concern.
And the China question is interesting. We had Patrick, the author of Apple in China, on earlier today, and he was just saying Apple is going to be fine in the United States in the near term, even if they're kind of missing AI functionality. But in China, if there's phones like Huawei and other players that can offer these deeply integrated AI features, you're going to fall behind in that market.
And you have to imagine that the dynamic between DeepSeek and Huawei is going to be radically different than the dynamic between OpenAI and Apple.
Totally.
That's
Very,
right.
very different.
Yeah, that's been a big topic here too. I was running into another member of the press from China who's here, and he was saying everyone there is super mad that they don't have Apple Intelligence, which is like everyone here has it, and it's like, what does that even mean, right?
Wait, so they didn't even
China,
roll it out?
No.
They didn't roll it out?
No, it's blocked. It's blocked by the regulators, and now it's caught up in the trade war there. So the regulator, I was just reading the Financial Times actually had a great report on this, how the local regulator was blocking it because of the trade war, and so Apple's caught in all these geopolitical tensions that are really messing up their AI strategy. And to not be able to sell the marquee feature of the phone you shipped last year in your second largest market, I don't know, maybe China's their first largest, I don't know by users, it's probably close. That doesn't seem good. And so that's a big question I have.
Yeah. I think the other interesting thing is that, like, this is a developers conference, but all the consumers are watching, and consumers are the ones that are, I feel like they're the noisiest online about various redesigns. I'm more interested to dig in as we get more details this week into some of the olive branches that Apple could extend to the developer community on the AI side, because even if they're not going to give up the Siri button to ChatGPT, there are a bunch of different small LLMs and different summarization functionality and different access to parts of the chip that could be used at a lower level by all companies, including upstarts that just want to build a cool app that maybe needs a little more horsepower on the AI side. And the chips are great. And so giving people more access to that at a deeper level, that feels like a narrative that could be completely drowned out by, oh, we didn't get new Siri. But if the developers are increasingly happy and see that there's more opportunity to just build cool things, we might just wake up in a couple months and be like, oh, wow, there's this amazing new app that's clearly using the chips more effectively. Like, my phone feels faster, it feels more advanced, and it's not an Apple product, but it's enabled by the way Apple kind of opened up the ecosystem just a little bit. Even if they didn't go full, anyone can build the next Apple Intelligence replacement.
That's right. I think opening up their models that they announced today to developers could be a big deal, but it remains to be seen if the models are good or not. I had a developer come up to me who's building this like AI social network, and he's doing everything on device because he wants it to be privacy centric.
Sure.
And Apple's perfect for that. That's what they do. It's like their models run locally. They're probably not the most performant, but they're free and they run locally. So for him, it's a win. He's an indie developer trying to build a cool AI thing. Is that something that huge apps are going to use? I doubt it. So is it going to be enough to shift the narrative on like, yeah, Apple's good at AI now for developers? I'm not sure. I'm kind of skeptical.
What's up with that research paper that an Apple intern put out?
It was an intern?
I think he was an intern.
Okay.
Any chatter about that? They basically said RL is fake.
Shitting on reasoning. Well, it's like shitting on the test time compute stuff. So basically saying like, which it kind of makes sense. Like these are fancy parrots at the end of the day, right? They just repeat things back. So if you just like layer on a bunch more of that, does it actually get to some semblance of intelligence? Like,
I'm totally down to buy the most fancy parrot, though. Give me a fancy parrot. I would buy a fancy parrot today.
I think that's what Apple's discounting is like how much we love fancy parrots.
Totally. Yeah. I don't care if it's actually thinking or actually sentient. Like, did it book my flight or not? Did it turn on my alarm
Yeah, it's
clock
the argument
at
of
the right
like
time?
the Android user being like, the iPhone is not the best phone. It's the camera on the Android is,
A little bit better. It's like, do the pictures look good or not?
Yeah.
Like, when I take a picture of my dog, is the exposure like roughly correct? Yeah.
Is liquid glass hot or is it ass? How do we feel? Is it liquid ass?
John doesn't get the.
I mean, it seems like I don't know. Like people were kind of like ready to chomp at anything and being very like negative. I don't think it's as unprecedented as anyone has ever said because like this has been tried in other apps. It does kind of work. I'll need to kind of play around with it. Have you had a chance to play with any?
I think it looks. Personally, I think it looks cool.
Yeah.
I remember jailbreaking early iPhones, iPod Touches to have that functionality, and it was cool.
Yeah.
I never once in the last 10 years have been thinking, oh, I wish I could go back to that jailbroken UI that I had when I was a kid.
I would just be
so I don't give them any credit.
Yeah,
This is the kind of thing that they should announce at WWDC. and move on quickly and not try to be like, hey, everybody, look at this
revolutionized
thing.
it. I would just be very surprised if Apple whiffed on like a UI design feature, because that's like what they're great at. I'm not like the unexpected upside is like, can they train a huge foundation model and build a gigascale, hyperscale data center? Like that's kind of out of their wheelhouse, new territory. But I would imagine that whatever they do on the UI UX side, like it might be a little jarring. Like when they went from skeuomorphic to flat design, there were a lot of people, oh, I like the old one, but then you get used to it and it's fine. So I would imagine that in the fullness of time, we all get used to this and it's no big deal. Although, people are still upset about the Photos app. I feel like I'm getting used to it now. It's still like pretty rough. Some people aren't updating, but it hasn't been as jarring.
I've gotten used to it. I don't use any of the new features yet.
Yeah, it feels
so like I've retrained myself on what I think is a bad user experience.
Yeah. It feels very search built, the Photos app. It feels like it's designed for you to go and just start searching, but the actual categorization of images and videos isn't quite there yet. So if you're looking for like, oh yeah, like there was a video of my dog, but there was a newspaper in the video, I should be able to just type in like video of dog and newspaper, and the actual AI that's running to tag that stuff just isn't
the issue
quite
that
there.
AI is not there, and people think of your photos are for capturing memories, and people think of memories in sort of an order, and they're going to kind of go back to the moment in time where they capture that moment. And so I don't think they've nailed that.
Yeah. Anyway.
The only other thing that stood out to me was Vision Pro. They're really positioning it as like an enterprise device now.
Interesting.
And I think that's because that's who's willing to pay that price point for it right now, right? And so it's like, some of that stuff's cool, but I didn't sense a lot of energy around the Vision Pro beyond that, right?
Interesting.
And I think that product is still kind of a question mark in terms of like, is it going to be a bigger thing or not?
And is that positioned as like, hey, we just want you to buy these for your employees so they have a bunch of monitors? What was?
Or like you're working on an assembly line or something. Which
That's
is like,
so odd.
Oh, interesting.
That's so odd because they apparently they pulled the plug on a enterprise focused device.
Tyler, would you have benefited from having an Apple Vision today? Tyler built the first American-made iPhone. Our intern.
We had our intern build an iPhone.
He assembled it in under 3 hours.
Would
I don't know if you can see this.
Have helped you today? Graphical overlays while you're building.
I think it would have helped. I mean, I didn't have any instructions at all, so I think kind of the bar is just any instructions.
Putting the instructions.
Vision Pro, I think it would have been helpful.
It could have been good.
Okay. Long Apple.
But my takeaway on Enterprise Vision Pro is that it's odd because I heard that they were building a version that was specifically for pairing with a desktop setup and multi-monitors, and that was kind of the like one direction they were going. And Ben Thompson was writing like, that's what I want. That's the perfect product. I've always thought that the win. Like they have to win in one category before they win in all of them. Like the iPhone, first and foremost, was a phone, and it replaced a phone, and then it earned the right to win everything. And the Apple Watch, first and foremost, was a watch, and then it became a fitness tracker and everything else. And so I've always thought that the Apple Vision Pro should have been, hey, we're Apple. We've never built a TV. This is a replacement for your TV. It's going to be really, really good at Apple TV, movies, IMAX, 3D. Like this is what you buy it for. It comes pre-installed with a ton of movies and TV shows. We're not even shooting 3D movies or spatial video. That's not even relevant. It's just a device, and we're just gonna super optimize it for watching movies, because I got one. That was my favorite thing to do on it, but it wouldn't work in the dark. So I would turn off the lights when I would go to bed, and my wife would be sitting next to me, and I'd be like turning the headset on and off because it would lose the tracking, and it would pop up like your Vision Pro is not working right now. And it clearly wasn't, it'd never been used in just like day to day when people watch movies. And so I feel like—
Wait, it still doesn't work at night?
It doesn't work in a pitch black room because it has cameras that track the world around you, and so
you can't even watch a movie with the lights out.
Yeah, and then the plane mode was a little iffy too, and they had a special like mode that you could flip it into, but it was trying to do too much, and I feel like they should have just been like, this is a home theater for people that can't afford a home theater. And that's a lot of people. And that's a lot of iPhone owners. A lot of iPhone owners can afford a $2,000 TV, but they can't afford a whole cinema room in their house because real estate's expensive. And I even heard that one of the leads on the Apple Vision Pro project was from Dolby. It was a Dolby executive.
Mike Rockwell, the head of it, is ex-Dolby.
That's right. And so I thought it was like, okay, just lean into that fully. Think about what the experience is. You put this on for 2 hours, you watch a movie, but there's a whole bunch of different decisions that you make if that's the case. And they clearly kind of did 90% of that and then 10% of the other stuff, and now they're all over the place. And I still just want the home theater on my face.
Did you guys see they showed two people wearing the Vision Pro in the same room on the same couch watching a movie together?
I didn't see that, but
that is so
that was
romantic.
Like something they showed in the keynote.
Everyone hates that, but I actually think that's totally reasonable. I don't think that's that crazy. I think it's fine. If you can
we're
see
all just
each other,
alone together.
Yeah. No, because you look over, you see the person. It's the same experience as watching a TV on the wall. It's the same thing, but it's just a bigger TV.
Okay.
It's great.
Right.
I
you can
think
still,
that's,
as long as you can
app.
hold hands.
I'm super bullish on that.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a weird take,
the bull case for that is that
take.
somebody can get up to go to the bathroom or get food, and they don't have to pause the movie.
Yeah. No. I think I think it's the future, but they need to make it lighter. They need to make it cooler. Like maybe some sort of fan because your face gets hot. Like there's a lot of industrial design challenges to get it to be like fun to actually watch a 2-hour movie or 3-hour movie. It's still in the demo phase. You put it on for 15 minutes and then you're done.
Are you going to be moving over to the iPad for everything?
For all my content creation?
Yes.
I thought that was actually really interesting that they position the iPad as like the podcaster device instead of the Mac.
Shots fired. Shots fired. Maybe for weekly podcasts. I don't think we could run.
Look, man, I like my iPad. I just until they invent a way on the iPad to multitask as well as the Mac, where I can tab between things fast. Like
that was the big focus. I haven't seen it entirely either, but the big focus was on multitasking, allowing you to have multiple windows open at once. But I don't know if still. Who knows?
Anyway, thank you so much for hopping on. This was fantastic.
Pleasure
to get the
Go get some scoops. Go get some scoops.
That's what I'm here for.
Amazing.
Bye-bye to the spaceship.
Scoop Lord.
It's beautiful.
Bye, spaceship. Honestly,
Goodbye.
The grass is looking amazing.
Yep.
So there's that.
It's nice out. Yeah.
Cheers, Alex. Thanks for coming on.
Take care.
Good to see you.
We'll talk to you later. Bye.
I am deeply disappointed that they did not launch a mahogany iPhone.
That would have been the best. The official wood of business.
The official wood of business. The business class of wood.
Yep. Liquid glass. I'm watching the video from Tim Cook here. It looks good. I don't know. I think it
looks cool.
I think it's going to grow on me. I think it's fine.
I think it looks cool.
Yeah.
I just don't think, and I'm excited to play around with it.
The idea that Apple's going to whiff on that is so ridiculous to me. Like that. This is. Well, they have all the best people for this.
They whiffed on photos.
A little bit. I think you'll get used to it over time. Anyway, this is fantastic. Thanks for watching. Leave us 5 stars on Apple.
Wait, we got to talk about some reviews.
What else do we got to talk
some
about?
Reviews.
Oh, we got some reviews. Let's read some.
I'm going to be pissed if there's no ads in here.
Please.
Silicon Valley's Morning Espresso. If NPR did CrossFit and binged Red Bull, you'd get TBPN. It's the daily show for technocrats, hosted by John Coogan and Jordy Hayes, 2 gentlemen so classy and caffeinated I had to double check they weren't simulations. Every weekday, TBPN slings the latest hot takes, venture insights, and latest in AGI land and crypto faster than you can pop a Lucy.
Let's go. 1
minute, it's Fortnite's in-app economics. The next, it's an AI Belt and Road geopolitical manifesto, and somehow it all works. It's like if All In had a baby with The Daily Show and then fed that baby a steady diet of VC term sheets and synthetic dopamine. 10 out of 10 would recommend, even if this review is written by an LLM trained exclusively on Elon tweets and Founders Fund pitch decks.
Let's go.
Tune in before your GPUs get repossessed.
That's fantastic.
From Vincent.
Thank you, Vincent.
Great. New favorite podcast by a mile by Flynn. Amazing show, amazing host, amazing guest. Can't get enough and keep wanting new episodes to drop earlier, even though it drops every day for 3 hours.
It's crazy.
We're working on it. We might change the time.
We're in hour 4 now. So
hooked on TBPN by Harry Campbell. I've been hooked on TBPN lately and really loved the episode that featured the Waymo Toyota partnership.
Oh my God. That was when we were traveling. I said you were like, yeah, they have a partnership with Toyota, and I was like, oh, you get like a Supra. That whole bit about like the Waymo Supra.
Yeah, that was a
stance
good
with the
bit.
underlighting. It was great.
It's like the tech world's version of sports talk radio in the best way possible. John and Jordy keep things fast-paced, unfiltered, and genuinely fun, but still manage to dig into the serious stuff happening across startups, AI, and venture capital. You can tell they've actually built stuff themselves, which makes their takes way more insightful than the usual service-level chatter. Whether it's breaking down the latest funding round or grilling a big-name founder, it always feels like a real conversation, not a polished PR piece. If you're into tech and want to stay sharp without falling asleep, this shows it. Thank you, Harry. Kind words. Absolute legends of technology and finance, I think. From D. Beerson. Base takes, gong hits, and vibes of techno capital abundance are a few words I'd use to describe the show.
Market clearing order inbound.
Really enjoy it, seriously, and they do a great job curating guests, some of which are now in my X Rolodex. It's time to accelerate. Love it.
Thank you
anyways,
so much
thank you for all the kind words. Folks, we love each and every one of you, and go leave us a review, but please put an ad in the review for your business or your company.
We love ads.
Or your fund. Put an ad in the review, and we'll read it out here on the show. Everybody have a fantastic rest of your day. I'm going to go hit
Take
this
us
gong.
out with a gong hit, and then we'll check it on Tyler. It's a historic day. Tyler Cosgrove, intern at TBPN, has assembled the first iPhone in America.
He did it, folks.
He did it. There are no pieces left.
In a cave.
In a cave with scraps.
He did it in a cave with scraps.
Is it signed now? Show us off. Show us what you got. Oh, he signed it. There we go. Right there. Yeah. Let us know if you want that. We'll mail it to you.
Tyler,
if you've been listening for 4 hours, you deserve it.
We knew you were cracked. We didn't know you were this cracked.
This is fantastic. Thanks so much.
Absolute
fantastic
legend.
show. We will see you tomorrow. We have another great lineup.